And we are back at long last. At least I have the majority of us. A few people. Life just keeps dragging people away, but we got enough to game, and that's what really matters, isn't it? So let's just double check a little theory I had. Does anyone actually remember where we are in the world?
On a tentacled ship in the middle of an ocean, letting it feast.
Okay, that's slightly better than what I was expecting. Uh, okay, I do have a couple of quick questions while we're getting everything else set up. Who
Am I
is?
working?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, who is wearing the pilot's helm at this time? Okay.
I think me.
Okay.
Yep, that was definitely Trevor because we don't trust Michael.
Just want to check.
I don't even trust Michael, and I'm his player.
Uh, so, did you put any restrictions on what the ship can feed on? Like, can it actively hunt? Does it need to just pick up what's there as it swims around?
I mean, I don't know what our plan is, but I mean, if it wants food, sure.
Okay.
Just make sure it doesn't eat people or ships.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was really trying to fish for.
Har, har, har.
Yeah. Okay, so there it was going to go attack a ship, but then you threw that restriction on, and it deviates, and it just goes for things it can easily consume, as
Go
opposed
for
to
that
actually.
school of tuna.
Yeah, there's no more school of tuna, but it will basically feed on everything smaller than whales because those put up a fight, and it sounds like you're telling it not to fight. So, the next point of business, I'm just going to make a quick adjustment to some people's sounds because everybody's microphone's a little different today.
I have a point of business.
Okay. Lulu is just a standard action for Danny now. Roll to Lulu. But now I know Michael has certain things that he's going to want to work on, but first and foremost, I think we should all remember what you found in the cargo hold. There was an ornate deck of cards.
I'm not here yet, am I?
Yeah, you can be here.
Okay.
There's. I don't make it complicated when someone has to miss. This is a day or so later. They've picked you up.
Michael's gonna draw one of the cards.
Okay.
Me too.
You're,
Michael can go first.
you have to declare how many to start.
Can we wait like 5 for when Roy gets here? Not
Okay.
like 5, but like he's coming now. So.
Okay, we'll give them just a second, and everybody can draw at once if they want to.
All right, let me go get my cider and ice real fast because this is gonna need some alcohol.
Yeah, this is the day I'm not drinking all of my nice, freshly made drinks.
I'm having a beverage that's illegal in many countries.
Well, oh, that all? Yeah. I drink Sundrop down here, and you don't get that up north.
No.
I'm drinking essentially an eternal tea. So.
Oh my god, look at the dog in the background.
Yep.
I want to go
Oh,
pat
yeah.
his your head.
Sleeping peacefully.
Lily was here, but then I moved her.
See, I like how everybody waited until I'm like, okay, let's start the game. I want to go get my drink. Thanks, guys.
Well, you started it without warning.
Well, it was past 2:00. That's your warning is when the clock says 2:00.
My clock says 3:00. Thank you, sir.
You know what I mean. There's a time when I start to stream, and the time that I start to stream is when anything after that I'm allowed to hit go. I gave you more time because I am generous, and my mic was off and I couldn't stop Kyle from talking.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Okay. We will get to other plot points in a moment. I'm shuffling the deck now. This is hard to do on camera, so I'm just going to do it like this real quick. And then whatever it is what we leave it at. Okay. How many cards is each person going to draw?
I'll take 3.
2.
I'm going to go in the order in which you called them, but we're going to reveal the cards, all at once.
I'll decide my cards when they're done.
Okay. That's Michael. That's Ish. Does Prize want to draw? I can't hear him if he's speaking. I saw the icon light up, but I don't hear him.
He's working on it. He's having the same problems it was last time.
Okay. Then we will start. Kyle, do you have the deck of many things like on D&D Beyond or something where you can look up the cards? Okay. I will look them up for you. I will show the card. The first is the Jack of Spades. Let me look that up real quick, because we're going to do this all dramatic like. The Jack of Spades is the rogue. A non-player character, the GM's choice, becomes hostile towards you. The identity of your new enemy isn't known until the NPC or someone reveals it. Nothing less than a wish spell or divine intervention can turn the NPC's hostility can end the NPC's hostility towards you. So.
Story of my freaking life.
Does that count for somebody that already hates you?
No, this was someone who did not previously hate him.
Watch it be like my wife or something. That'll be fucking hilarious.
The next
I was
card.
actually thinking like people like Qualish or people like that. I was like,
oh my god,
oh,
Simpkins.
No.
Guys, the next card
Sorry.
was the Ace of Spades. That is the Don John. And the Don John. You disappear and become entombed in a state of suspended animation in an extra-dimensional sphere. Everything you were wearing and carrying stays behind in the space you occupied when you disappeared. You remain imprisoned until you are found and removed from the sphere. You can't be located by any divine magic, but a wish spell can reveal the location of your prison. You draw no more cards. So Michael is gone, vanishes, all of his belongings just fall to the floor.
So I'm guessing we all draw our cards at the same time. So the cards happen and then the reactions happen after. Is that how you're doing it?
Well, I'm doing it as this just happened to him. He drew the card, he looked at it, and suddenly he vanishes and all of his belongings drop down. Kyle, I would suggest you make a spare character so that way we can introduce you and resolve that in due time. That is the danger of the cut the deck. Ish, your 2 cards. The Jack of Hearts.
Yes.
The Jack of Hearts
Hey.
is the Knight. Oh, and if I remember correctly, you gain the service of a 4th level fighter who appears in a space you choose within 30 feet of you. The fighter is the same race as you and serves you loyally until death, believing that fate has drawn him or her to you. You control this character.
Bendar has given me a boon.
You have a thrall now.
See?
No, this one doesn't even count as a thrall. You can have another thrall in addition. So give me a bit of time, and I will put together a 4th level fighter for you.
No problem.
Your next card is the King of Spades. No, the King of
Clubs.
Clubs. Yeah. The King of Clubs is
Fuck. No.
the Void.
No. Well,
This black card spell. This black card spells disaster. Your soul is drawn from your body and contained in an object in a place of the GM's choice. One or more powerful beings guard this place. While your soul is trapped in this way, your body is incapacitated. A wish spell can't restore your soul, but the spell reveals the location of the object that holds it. You draw no more cards.
now, here's the thing. I have a question.
Yes.
During those 2 months we had, I did something to my soul. How would that affect this card?
It doesn't. I mean, your soul, what remains of your soul, is gone. Your body just
Fair enough.
falls over. Wow, sorry about that, guys. But hey, you have a 4th level. Do you want to play the 4th level fighter who is now devoted to finding Ish? Or do you want to put together another character until such time as we can retrieve your old character?
It was like both of us had like the same thing. Like one that isn't bad at all, and then the second one was like worse, like much worse.
I know, and I'm sorry. That's it's part of the deck. I won't undo it.
I just have to say this. It fits in very well with Corvus's fucking curse.
I know. Trevor, you just saw one of your friends vanish and the other one fall over. Do you want to draw a card?
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to be nice and wait.
All right, so guys, for your missing characters, my only real suggestion here is make a couple of more 16 level characters, and we will introduce you as soon as we can get them in. And well, we know what will be happening in game now while they try to figure out how to save you.
This is going to be interesting.
I know all the plans we had for going forward, boop, gone.
We need a couple blank character sheets opened up to us.
Oh yeah.
Why,
All right.
God? Why? At some point, like even the God of Fates has just got to look at Michael and just go, "You just no more, just no more. This is it."
Okay, Mike, Kyle, you have another one, and wrong one. All right, and Nick, there should be a spare character sheet in yours now. I might have hit duplicate on that one. I don't think I did. Okay, so yeah, just make standard 16th level characters with starting gear and money, and you can earn more stuff through adventuring. And we'll figure out what to do with that 4th level knight, because Ish, that's still your character. You can put together someone and name them and everything. They are really going to be insisting on finding your soul and protecting your body until then.
Just to round up this so we can start doing it, do we do the dice thing on Roll20? Do you want us to just use
you can just do it on your however you want. I trust you. I don't need to see it. I don't I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you can keep these characters or they can be temporary until you get your others back. But I trust you to sort everything out properly. Trevor?
So that D4 I rolled, I don't know if I want to take that as a 4 or take the half.
It's up to you. Just tell me how many prize if you want to draw a card. Most of the really bad ones are already gone. So, you're in luck.
Yeah.
There's not too much in here that's going to destroy you.
I just became Grog.
I'm going to go with 2.
Okay. All right. Your first card.
He's still having mic issues, so.
Okay. Your first card will be the Ace of Hearts. That is the Fates. I'm looking that up now. Oh, you might like this one. Reality's fabric unravels and spins anew, allowing you to avoid or erase one event as if it never happened. You can use this card's magic as soon as you draw the card or any time before you die. I will let you choose when you use it because it is your choice. If you don't want to do it,
rock, paper, scissors, who comes back?
Well,
wait, does that work? Can I do it that way?
Tell me how you word it, because it says one event. It doesn't specify how narrow that event has to be. So you tell me, how do you want to word this?
Well, it depends who I bring back.
I'm saying if you word it right, you can bring them both. Again, this is a pretty open-ended statement.
Can I? Okay, how to the event that involved Ish and Michael. I don't know how to word it. Danny's not good at these things. They never drew their cards that took their souls. I don't.
I'm going to try not to overly help you. I just want to say, take it. All right. Go back one more step from when they drew their cards. What was the event that happened before you drew a card?
Was that they never drew their second card? Would that help?
No, you need to go back before anyone drew a card. Think about it from that point of view. Like, think of each moment as a domino. Which domino do you want to remove? So, you found they started drawing their cards. They found the cards. They found the ship. They learned about the ship. There's other moments in there. If you can phrase it carefully.
I'm not good with word games, Andy.
All right. I will let one of the other two. I'll allow a little bit of table talk if you guys want to give her a hint if you have an idea how to fix this.
What event with the cards precipitated us drawing the cards in the first place?
I think you need to simplify it. I'm not trying to insult Danny, but if she was good at word games.
Well, like, what, just saying that you never found the deck? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah. Because you drew the one card out of the entire lot I wanted. That was like the only reason why I was drawing so many cards.
He's like,
Okay.
Is that what Trevor wants to undo?
Sorry, we're still having technical issues, so doing all this shit at the same time is kind of complicated. Yeah, sure. Never found the damn deck.
Okay. Hey guys, you got this neat mind flayer ship, and you haven't checked the cargo hold, which is where all the inorganic material gets shifted off from the stomach. It had a well, no, you haven't even checked it yet. Which means that Prize also doesn't have his necklace thing that has a name I can't remember. As that has also not been located. You've just been exploring your new mind flayer ship while it floats around the ocean.
All right.
Where does all the stuff that's not edible go?
The navigator will tell you where that can be found.
Michael will go down there.
Michael, you find a necklace with beads on it and a deck of ornate cards.
I just pocket the cards. And I take the necklace up to everybody and go, hey, there was some pretty cool stuff in the like cargo hold next to where it digests everything.
There was also just like some various standard equipment, but most of it needed to be repaired.
Anybody want this necklace?
I think Prize does.
I'll hand it over to Prize.
I like how we undid it in just the right way that you can do it again. I am reshuffling all the cards.
That is just staying inside of my bag of holding.
What?
Yeah, it can't be like a complete deck. Maybe it's a tarot deck or something. It's obviously not a full 52 deck.
That was only 22.
I said it's not a full deck of cards. A normal deck of cards has 52 cards.
Well, a standard, a standard deck of many things. If it's something that if it's one that hasn't.
Michael doesn't know that much about a deck of many things.
No. I know. This is out of character. A standard. If it's never been used, it's got 22 cards. But if you find it and it has been used, most of the time they're 13. How many cards did we draw from this one?
You drew
3.
6. Oh, not even that really, because you lost one of yours, so 5 in total. And remember,
draw any.
Look, I'm not exactly going to sit here and count out the cards, but it's a smaller deck. I put the cards in I wanted and removed the ones that would mess up the mechanics of my game. Hey, Trevor, you're controlling this big mind flayer ship that wants to know what its feeding protocols are.
No ships or humans or humanoids. Same thing as last time.
And from here, what do you guys want to do?
I want to check the engine room to see how much damage it sustained.
Okay, it takes you a couple of minutes, but you find the engine room. As far as what kind of condition it's in, give me an intelligence investigation check.
Right.
Yeah, you really have very little idea how any of this stuff works. Like, you can read all the labels on everything, but that doesn't mean you understand. You have any context for these words. So you're like, it's moving, so I guess everything's working okay.
I do a typical like kick the engine like twice to see if it made it turn. It does a little bit better. Not a hard kick to produce any damage, but
Yeah, something falls off, and you get squirted with some sort of fluid from inside the ship.
I leave immediately. I say nothing.
And you also have about a dozen of these cobalt drones that are doing like very basic work. So they're not by any means engineers. They can just do the basic mundane tasks that need to be done on this ship, and they are mostly directed by the navigator.
All right, I make my way up to the bridge.
When you see Ish, he's just covered in this purple goo. It smells kind of bad.
I'll prestidigitation clean myself. Like, well, that was gross. Where to now?
It might be better if we just say let's take a 5 minute break while they work on their sound, and you guys can actually decide what you want to do because apparently 2 weeks was not enough time to talk about it and work out a game plan. This is something I have told you guys to work on before.
I do have a plan. I just want to be able to introduce it to everybody else.
Okay, so let's take about 5 minutes while they work on their sound, and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. We are technical issue free. Ideally, we hope. We'll see. Kyle has an unusual deck. Michael has an unusual deck of cards in his bag.
That now none of us know about, so we can't have fun with anymore.
Yeah, it. I'm going to ask you: is Michael the sort of person to not show that off to people? He has
Mike,
no reason to drop that in his bag and keep quiet, does he?
no, he doesn't. So he will be showing it out to everyone once we're in a point to where we've gotten everything settled out.
Okay, that's fair.
But it's like the giant necklace is something that he's just like, need to find a place for this immediately, and then the deck of cards you bring out with everybody once they're all together. That way, well, what is it? And should we touch it?
Sorry, just trying to avoid some of the meta stuff that can happen by accident. It's it's not me trying to point fingers. It's just something all players, a little bit of that knowledge seeps into us all.
And then you have people like me. I want to draw 5.
He only drew 2 because he got
Then I do
stopped
too.
when he vanished to another plane of existence.
I feel like we could have fixed both of those problems, but I had to draw the good card.
You didn't have to use it. Not right then.
I'm not an asshole.
You wouldn't have been an asshole even if you had just left Michael hanging there for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it would have taken you a while to figure out where he is, but
that might have been a good vacation for Michael thinking about it, but I don't think Ish really deserved it.
they don't. It's not like they were suffering.
Well,
You just didn't know where they were. They each drew a card and suddenly they were gone. But now that moment doesn't exist, and maybe Trevor would have a little bit of suspicion about the cards. Like, I feel like something bad happened last time we touched this. What do you mean last time we touched this? I don't know.
I mean, I don't really have the greatest intelligence, so he probably wouldn't remember it. In all honesty,
Okay,
my intelligence is average, so.
Well, doesn't mean you're an idiot. Okay.
Well.
Okay, well, yeah. Okay, you're still an adventurer. You're an idiot.
So I've been. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say let's actually get back into the plot. What are you guys up to?
Yeah. I was talking to Mike a little bit about what they were up to, and he mentioned a giant elemental with a city on its back. And I also
about
asked,
3/4 of the city, maybe his half.
and he said it pertained to a city of Wildom, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to see. First, I wanted to ask. I know we're in the sea, but in what sea or near what landmass are we? Where are we, essentially, in the world?
Oh, you have
To see if I can.
You have no freaking clue. Oh, well, I guess after this point they picked you up, so you would have had time to sort of, orient. Where do you want to be in the world? I mean, you're going to be moving at the speed this thing can travel, which is still faster than you guys can walk, but...
Shall we be... I forget the name of the continents on here. I know that Wildom is... I know where Wildom is.
I'm going to see if I have a world map, but... no, actually, I don't even have a world map. I just have... Because, the world sort of got rearranged and... so you know of 2 main continents. There was the one that, Wildom was a part of, which Alistar was also another part of it. And then there was the other continent, which had all the other countries, kingdoms you've been to. I don't actually have a name for that one right off the top of my head.
All right.
No, there are other continents, but, not as many people have been to those places. At least the ones not the ones you know.
Right. What I'm trying to see is discern how far we are from Wildom to kind of start our search.
You can be on that landmass if you want, or just off that place.
Right.
Now I'm going to say, as far as tracking down the elemental, you basically, you're just looking for the biggest swath of destruction and following it. And as you've talked to people, you've heard stories, and the pilot's helm lets you cast scrying once a day. Basically wherever you want. You can probably narrow it down just a little bit.
Okay, that actually would help, so I don't have to use a spell slot.
But basically, you just guys tell me where you want to start your search, and we'll start the search from there.
I would recommend Wildom, or the court of Wildom that is not walking.
That's near Ness, so you've been there before. And you had to drop Bugger off anyway. Because now that you were done with he didn't get to blow anything up, he wanted to go back to his lab. So, yeah, it's not probably be near Wildom.
All right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. I'll just bring
Agreed.
I'll just bring up the picture of the destroyed continent so you kind of have some idea of where you are. This is where Wildom is, the ping I'm putting up. And large chunks of this, that would be the earthquake where the Titan walked off with part of the land.
Yeah, Michael's just going to sit inside of the pilot's area of the ship and just go, so I have an idea. Gets one thing that I've wanted to do for quite a while done, and something that can actually help out with the world.
Please.
We stopped the Turtle Titan, and while we're dealing with the Turtle Titan, I need to get into the records of Wildom to look on some family history.
Right. Why would you need to look over your family history?
Because I don't know where my own parents have been for quite some time, and I need kind of a lead. It's been sort of something that I've wanted to do for about, 15 years.
Not to be that person, but would your family records be in Wildom?
I need to find out in some form or way. I at least need to find some form of hint.
Fair enough.
I mean, the last place that my family was in Wildom. I don't know. I don't have very many memories of the time before that. I just remember, there was a giant ray. There was a big old fight. I get taken by orc pirates and serve on a freaking ship, and then I get rescued by a drunkard who then 20 years later flash freezes me into a statue.
You have a weird history.
Speaking of flash freezing, we should probably find that guy.
Yeah.
I think if he's going to be obsessed with me, this might be a point to start. And
Yeah.
then, yep, and then if we can scry on him as well afterwards, we can do that.
Probably could do both.
Alright, so who would like to helm the ship? I think Prize is interested, but I don't know if anybody else wants it.
Knowing my luck, I'd probably drive us all into a mountainside and nobody would see us for another 1,000 years.
Okay, so I'll give it to the cleric.
The navigator actually handles the course. You're just telling him where you want to go.
Prize will take the helm if he is allowed to have it.
Yeah, Danny doesn't really want to deal with it, so.
Okay, so you can attune to the helmet because the pilot's helm is an attunement item.
By the way, who's captain of the ship?
I mean, I was technically a captain, but I feel like the person with the helmet should have it. Because I was a military captain, so I don't know if that counts.
No, the person with the helmet is the pilot. The pilot then, the helmsman. The helmsman gives the pilot the directions. The captain gives the helmsman the directions to give to the pilot.
I vote for Trevor.
I was gonna say rock paper scissors, but
Everybody roll a d20.
Punchy, stabby, shield.
You can actually vote for it. I'm just saying, if you can't roll d20, the highest one's the captain.
I'll roll a d20 just in case.
Prize will happily be captain and helmsman.
This might actually be something that Michael will fight somebody on.
I mean, I was kind of a shitty captain because I wasn't ever at home, so that doesn't count.
Well, this is a bit different from Land Army.
Okay.
I think Ish won. Oh no, Michael did.
Yeah,
Michael.
I'll need to get a.
But we don't have a roll from Prize yet, so.
I will minor illusion a fancy captain's hat onto Michael's head.
Captain
really,
Michael.
Really big one. With a lot of fluff.
Oh,
Tiberius starts patting at the fluff.
He's confused by the fact that he goes straight through it, and it just means that he rounds around and tries again.
Yeah.
All right, then.
But
Captain.
Captain, from here, you know that there are two major settlements you're aware of. There's Nest, which you've been to. They have some trade going on. They might have known some rumors. And Emberfield was up, a little ways. And that was being run by the High Falls, who you weren't really big fans of. But they've been, the town has been there long enough to start getting some trade going, too. And that would be your best sources for rumors about where a Titan was spotted. Or any crazy person freezing everybody.
Let's go to Nest first. That way, Trevor can get some shore leave with his wife. So, yeah. Helmsman plot course to Nest. And everybody can have a couple days of shore leave once we're there. And then we come back on board after we've done some investigations, and we go on from the point at which our investigations point to.
Sounds good.
Okay. And
I will plot the course.
Okay. The navigators, once you tell the navigator exactly where it is you want to go, it'll handle that. You get there with no major incidents. Again, it will just sort of be doing the filter feeding thing. Maybe occasionally it'll, snag a shark or something larger, but it won't take on anything that requires a massive fight. And as long as you're on the ship and Prize wills it, you all have telepathic communication, which means you can all communicate with the navigator, which, for the record, again, is a mind witness that is hardwired into the ship. Mind witnesses, for those who don't know, are beholders that go through the metamorphosis process and basically come out as the most obedient things in existence. They have zero will of their own, and if they ever get separated from the mind flayers, they just go find something else to tell it what to do. So you might find one hang out with a bunch of flumps, because they need someone to tell them what to do.
They take possibly the most independently spirited NPCs and monsters in the game and turn them into
the most docile. Well, can't really say docile because they're still capable of doing things, but they need a master. They cannot.
So they are a telepathic router, essentially.
Yes, and it will handle most of the ship's movement, and like It'll tell you when it's healed up enough to fly again, sort of stuff. But anyway, takes you to the nest. Once you're off the ship, the telepathic bond will end. But you have a couple of days.
Michael's going to be searching for rumors on the giant tortoise.
Okay, let's just call that a charisma investigation.
Before we separate, make some ground rules. Michael, stay away from Randolph. That's it.
I've already done my thing with him. I'm never going near him again. So, yeah.
Okay. Anybody who wants to a charisma investigation to gain some rumors?
Just a general charisma check.
And then add your investigation modifier if you have anything there.
So that's going to be a 7.
9.
23.
9. Great.
Wow. So
I'm being
Prize
lectured.
Prize is actually doing the best job of going around getting, solid intel on Prize, which questions are you asking?
How about, has anybody seen, for example, a gigantic dragon turtle anywhere?
Okay. You will.
Signs of.
Sorry, what was that?
Or signs of such a creature.
Okay. They will tell you that on one of the other continents, and again, Andy doesn't have a name for a continent yet, but they will tell you that there was one where a lot of their trade routes have been sort of messed up by the fact that a giant turtle, apparently made of earth, literally went to war with the town gates because it was in its way, and then walked through the town, smashing everything in its path. With a 23, they can give you some pretty solid intel on which direction it was headed in.
That doesn't sound anything like what I was looking for.
That is exactly what we were looking for.
So I do have a question. The turtle made off with like the actual city of Wildom, right?
A good chunk of it, yeah.
Can I ask my wife because she was there?
She can tell you which direction it was walking in when it took off, and that does sort of correspond with what Prize has.
Okay. Back to being lectured.
I will, while I'm investigating, I'm going to try and see if anyone can describe something very specific that they saw on the dragon turtle, something that would be unique enough that I could either scry on it or use find the path to find it.
Well, none of the people you're talking to have personally seen it, because people who saw it, well, either they ran from it as fast as they could, because we are talking about a gargantuan stone turtle that spat boulders at the city walls just because they were in its way. Not something that people stopped to sketch.
Skin bags are just, they're so fragile. They're so worried about everything.
Which was the surviving dickhead guard? Was it Varkas?
Well, because time got rearranged, but yes, it was Varkas and Tonar were the two of them.
Okay. They were still in Wildom, right?
I mean, it's been a few years for you, but last you knew, both of them were still alive and doing their jobs. They're not Nest.
That's probably a good thing.
So they probably were kind of gearing up for the war where a lot of people were being called to fight the civil war that was about to break out and wasn't going too well. But then again, they were also sort of loophole using cowards, so maybe they fought to stay as guards rather than service soldiers.
And Randolph wasn't there because he was off fighting, getting a leg blown off.
Yeah. Yeah,
Can I use...
the earthquake and everything really sort of threw off his ability to know what the hell was happening.
Okay, out of Vargas and Toner, which is the one that was less of a dickhole?
They were both pretty. I mean, they were partners for a reason. They both knew how to game the system, and you were just the young, energetic, upstart rookie that they thought this guy is going to make us look terrible. Let's get him booted out as quickly as we can. And then that never happened because you were actually good at your job.
And they probably found out who I was related to.
Oh, no, that was part of the reason they disliked you. Everyone knew who your brother was. And they realized very quickly nepotism went the reverse direction as you were expected to work twice as hard. But they still figured you only got your job because of your brother.
I will do eeny, meeny, miny, mo and use my 1 day sending 1 day on them and ask about the dragon turtle.
Okay. You get no response.
I figured. Both.
So can I gather any information about any other elementals that are around, or the frozen guy? Can't remember his name now.
Yeah, Michael, what was his name?
Let me just grab that from my background real quick.
Okay. As far as other things, you know that above the town now known as Emberfield, there is a volcano, and apparently there's a phoenix there who has recently woken up enough to start flying around and hunting and burning everything in its path. That's why the city of Emberfield is actually called Emberfield, as they are right on the edge of all of that. But again, with your role, and don't you get a negative to your charisma?
Yeah, but I have investigation as a skill.
Yeah, but we still need to remove whatever from your charisma.
It should be 22, not
okay.
20.
Then that's still fine. But anyway, Amberfield apparently is covered in some kind of crystal dome that's protecting them, so a lot of people are moving there. People being frozen up north, and I mean further north than Alistar, there is a pretty frozen plain where the ships are having more and more trouble getting to. The nights have been getting much longer than usual, but so far nobody's heard about anybody being frozen solid.
Excuse me, it should be a 21, not a 22.
That's fine. That's still enough. Other major elementals, there's definitely something in the oceans that a lot of the boats are pretty fearful of. It's apparently the mother of all krakens, as one of the sailors will put it. If you see that thing, you better start praying to your deity of choice, because the rumors say that there have been very few survivors, and it apparently even attacked a few of the coastal cities. They also say that if you can prove that you killed it, the remaining cities will pool together their money to buy you your own island somewhere. But no one is stupid enough to actually try to test that theory.
Are we stupid enough to test that theory?
I think I know a group of people that are stupid enough to test that theory.
If I heard that, Ish is very much considering it.
Yeah, find our own island. What?
So with that one, like Kraken Ink is already like a pretty powerful spell component. So several people have wondered what the Magus Guild will pay for bits of that thing. But again, it's like this thing has sunk entire ships with ease. So most of them are like, no, we're not going to screw with that.
All right, so Prize will share all of the information he has gained with everyone else.
It looks like we're going somewhere.
All right.
Do we want to do the turtle or the kraken?
Probably the turtle.
But in the end, both.
In the end, both. But
Ultimately, you know what? We could try and get them to fight each other.
But we need the city on the back of the turtle first. But maybe we could go into the city and ride the turtle? That sounds weird.
We just get them to fight each other, then we make sure that the turtle wins.
I like this plan.
Well, one lives completely in the water and one lives completely on land. I would imagine that would be very difficult to do.
No, they're both water. One's a turtle, not a tortoise. Right? Or am I wrong?
Tortoises live on land, turtles live in water.
So a turtle.
That
and
is
a
actually
kraken?
incorrect.
Right.
But yeah.
Trevor, make an intelligence check for me.
Why do you do this?
Because this isn't a survival check. Your charisma won't tell you about the world.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah. You see, it's like you're not a moron.
I am sometimes.
I think Danny is a little slower than Trevor sometimes. But the point is that an earth elemental probably avoids the water. If this thing
Wait, a dragon turtle?
I didn't say it was a dragon turtle. I said it was a giant turtle
Michael
made of
put a
stone.
dragon turtle.
You said it was.
No, he's always said it was a giant turtle made out of stone, a giant stone elemental turtle.
Yeah, Michael
I've been
was the one
hearing
that put
dragon turtle. That's
I
why
do
was
not
confused.
correct you guys when you're wrong. I let you be wrong.
I.
This
Okay,
is-
so it's a fucking tortoise made out of stone. Got it. Or whatever. I don't know.
Yes.
It's big,
Well-
it's made of stone, and it spits boulders. That's what you've heard from the sailors. And it literally walked off with a chunk of the castle. That's why Bugger's living in what remains.
In retrospect, it might be hard to get them to fight each other.
Yeah, it will.
Well, if we want, I have locate creatures, so we could just do a fucking flyby, and I just use up my spells. Well, 2 spells because it's a 4th level spell. But
Again, I just want to point out if you go to the location where the sailor said, "Hey, there's a couple of towns that got flattened by it," and just walk, you will literally find a 5-mile wide hole in everything. Like its footsteps are taller than or deeper than you are tall. This is not a hard thing to track.
We can also use the helmet for scrying for a little bit more pinpoint, maybe.
Yes.
Well.
We're definitely going to need a ranger to be able to follow the tracks, though.
Oh, sorry. There was one more
probably
prize. There was one more rumor. Some people have gone back to the remains of Wildum to, scavenge for things. It's haunted as hell. Like they are just convinced that and this is something that people in Nest talk about for quite a bit. Apparently, the ghost of everyone who died is just uppity, and no one goes near there anymore.
I might not be a ranger, but before this, I used to be a guide in Schultz, so I probably could track that thing down, especially since it's making mile-wide footprints and flattening everything it comes in its way.
Very difficult tracks to follow. We'd better get a professional.
A 5-mile long, 5-mile wide area of destruction that goes in a long trail.
Each looks at a prize. Not sure if during their time away, Price has been able to establish some sarcasm protocol into his programming.
I mean, if we really want to get a guide, I know of a psychotic tabaxi that would love to jump into the mouth of a giant.
Oh yeah.
Not our tabaxi.
So
Your
Earth
uncle,
Elemental,
friend?
First priority, yes. I
Navigator,
don't have.
set course for place. I can't remember the name of. I can't remember if you said the name or not.
No, I didn't, but that's just because you can it can get you to that continent. Andy just didn't have the intelligence to actually name a piece of land. I usually stick with towns, and I just put a picture of this elemental in chat. So you
That's
can,
because, unlike the rest of the group, Andy can paint with all the colors of the wind.
Yeah.
It's so cute. It looks like the fucking turtle off of Mr. Pandaria in World of Warcraft. I want to pet his little nose.
I thought you were gonna say the
he's
lion turtle from Avatar.
gargantuan. That is not a little nose.
I don't care.
Okay. So
Cast reduce enough times.
While we are doing that, how? Well, we're on a mind flayer ship, so I guess it's gonna take less than a day to get there, or more.
it can't fly right now. It needs time to heal because it spent roughly 1,000 years trapped under stone, and it was barely alive when you found it. And the only reason it's in the water right now is because Bugger put the helmet on and did something, and the plane shift didn't fully work, and it landed in the ocean. So,
all right. So how many days travel would we have? More or less.
It'll take you less than a week to get there because the ship can sail nonstop. And again, the good thing about having this thing as a ship is you don't have to stay awake the whole time. It handles navigation on its own once you tell it where to go. So you do get there.
So
and
it's just going to do the following. For each day, he wants to scrounge this winter frozen old geezer that Michael knew.
Kairilu.
So that...
Just so that everybody knows, his name is
I don't know if... Yeah.
Okay. So
also, Prize is going to, since he's a robot, he is going to establish the translation from whatever language this thing speaks to actual common, so that he can figure out what distances and time is to it.
Distance isn't a problem because that's mathematics. That's pretty universal. The problem with time is that it doesn't know where it is in relation to where the mind flayers consider time. So there's no direct translation. It has to learn what you consider to be a day. And not to mention, it doesn't really care what time is, to be honest. Like what you call a day, it doesn't care. So that's not me trying to be a jerk. That's just me saying the ship considers all that to be irrelevant. Like, you're in charge, but it doesn't... What you know doesn't always matter to it.
That's fair. But he is still going to attempt it so that he can figure out how long it takes to get places.
That's fair. Okay, so let's make that an intelligence check. Okay. I'm going to say that with that and the amount of time you've been on the ship, you two have come to an agreement on how much time a week is. And that means, days, hours, up to a week.
Perfect. That is plenty.
Okay. And from there, you can build up, and eventually it will know your calendar. And it will begin to relay information in your terms.
That is excellent. I will share my Google Calendar with it so that it knows.
Okay. It now knows what your birthday is. It's not going to bake you a cake because it's a ship and it can't do that. But it will acknowledge you the day of your creation. It'll wake you up with a happy awakening day or whatever it is Prize calls it.
And Prize will be happy with that.
Okay, Ish, what is the spell save for your scrying? Your mic is off if you're talking.
Sorry. It's an 18.
Okay, I'm just going to double check his wisdom save. Okay, let me do another batch of rolls because you were doing this every day. Most days you are able to follow him because you have seen him and you know him well enough now to. He is in a pretty cold space. I mean, like there's snow and ice all around. Uh, it's probably not an area you've been to personally, so you don't know too much about where it is. But he's like one day he's in like a tavern, you know, having a drink with and having some food. Another day he seems to be freezing a bunch of orcs and even takes the time to like make a giant ice hand construct to put them into a very particular position and you know things like that. He's anytime you see him freezing people, he takes the time to rearrange them into a particular pose.
Okay.
Now it's not always the same pose, but he's obviously arranging things. You know, it means something to him apparently.
What does the arrangement kind of look like if I can see it until the end?
Yeah. It'll usually look like they are. If there was anybody running away, he always puts them like you know they're running away from the group. But any that are trying to fight, he arranges it where it looks like it's a fight between people. And if there are orcs in the group, the orcs are always on the same side. And he does have a thing for orcs apparently because almost every group is orcs.
Okay, fair enough. At any point do I see any distinctive architecture or a insignia, a flag of some kind that would tell me he has been to this region of the world or not?
Let me pull up something because yes, there actually will be something sort of like that. I just need to get the right book to find the name of it. The last place you saw him was where is this? Okay. I'm going to drop over the crest of the city that he is in into chat because you can basically like have shown it to everybody, drew on it and shown it. It is called Brian Shander, and for
that's a cool name.
Yeah. And for anyone who has done any sort of major travel, it is one of those. You remember when I just told you about how the sailors were talking about the bad ice storm that was further up the Nalistar? It comes from a region that is just known as the 10 Towns because there were 10 towns that set up in this frozen space and Brian Chandler was one of them.
All right.
And yes, I am absolutely dropping in elements of the Frost Maiden into our story because it was just too cool to ignore.
Ooh,
Yes, I like this.
that was creepy.
There are much creepier things that I can do.
Let's take
All
about
right.
20% off the top there.
I will relay the basics to everybody else, and the more specific details, as in what specifically he's doing, how he's positioning them. He seems to favor orcs and all this to Michael specifically. But about Brian Chandler and what his activities seem to be, I will tell everybody else.
Okay.
Well, he always did dislike orcs quite a fucking hell of a lot.
I mean, I can kind of relate.
That kind of like a kink thing with you two?
Well, it's actually more like a nearly racist sort of thing. I never could fully understand how he actually ended up on the ship, how he managed to find it and then rescue me. I just kind of always felt like as if it was sort of this byproduct of him actively hunting them. So he very much dislikes orcs, and it might be because he's already dead that this is something that his mind is fixated on and it's driving him forward. So,
And Ish, one
Sounds
more
good.
thing
Think
from your scrying. No matter what time of no matter what time of day you scried on him, it was always night where he was. In retrospect, that probably stood out a bit more.
and he's definitely far north, and he's still on the continent that we left him on.
Probably. I don't know where. I don't know how you want to. If you just want him to. If you want us to just let him go, or if you at some point want to deal with him.
We need to deal with him. Because the
All
amount
right.
of people that he has frozen is something that I'm personally responsible for. And I have questions that actively need to be answered by him now, and I'm not going to be just fobbed off anymore. I may be completely over with him in regards to my social interactions with him throughout the rest of society and bardic culture, but I am not done with him in regards to these questions must be answered.
Right.
You know, I feel like. Yeah, never mind.
Where do you see us in the future going after him? I mean, with all this Wildom, this mother cracking stuff.
As soon as we're done,
Corvus.
I think everything with regards to Corvus is going to be tied together because it's more than likely going to be tied in the curse that he has against me. If we can get some of this stuff at least mitigated before we find him and deal with him, at least then it's something that we can use as a linchpin from a personal perspective for me, but also for safeguarding for yourselves. So we deal with him immediately after we deal with the Kraken and the tortoise and the turtle.
Hey, Andy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this will actually do anything, but during one of our downtime days, I'll cast Remove Curse on Michael.
Okay. Michael doesn't feel any different.
You never know.
Yeah. I will know. I will keep in mind that you've done that. It's just one of those things. It's like casting Greater Restoration when somebody didn't know something was wrong with them. and I
Yeah.
just put more information in the chat while you guys were talking, and I was doing notes.
Right.
I'm going to need to like make a world book, but then I'd actually have to flip through a book and read things.
I find a world
No
PDF
problem.
is much better because you can actually search through that.
Yeah, but I'll still have to like sit down and actually make that one day or 1 week because it'll take a while.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, I stole a lot of my names and shit from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the problem is trying to remember them all, and there's a reason why I'm sticking to a handful of major cities right now because there's just I've got a lot more going on. I mean, I got some filming projects to work on, but uh, extrapolating all the information in the direction the stone turtle is heading in, you're pretty sure you can like try to get ahead of it, and you can basically you can find it. It'll take you a bit of time, so when you're ready, tell me what method you use to track it down, or like, are you just going to run after it until you catch it, or what?
I
And it
believe
can,
someone.
and for the record, yes, it can swim, but it's still an earth elemental, so take that how you will.
It's buoyant, but just
Right.
buoyant enough. I think what we'll do is I've got pretty much the ability to dimension door. You can hire or yeah, let's just go through with the ship and get as close as we possibly can, and then ahead of where it looks to be heading, and then cut it off before it gets there.
Okay.
Yeah, I can arcane gate if you need that.
I believe
Which is
both of those
essentially
are
dimension door.
limited to like so many feet.
It's 1,000 feet.
Okay. I'm trying to check to see if I had another city brought in. Yes, I do. Okay. Just let me move some of my maps around, and I can kind of because the best idea I'm going to say for you guys from what you said would be you go to Gloporta, which is the capital of where you were recently at, and you can basically be ahead of it, and you can start moving in its direction from there. But that means that you need to bring your living ship into port.
So while we are traveling, I'm gonna move my word of recall to the endless night.
Okay. That is not a problem. All right. So I'm going to bring you guys. Oh, says it was. So, just to be sure, are you going to sail this ship into dock?
God no.
Prize has every intention of it.
Prize is the pilot.
As the captain, I command you not to.
But Michael's the captain.
Why not?
Because there will be questions that we don't have answers lined up for.
I walk up to Prize and I'm saying, "Are you questioning the captain's orders?"
Prize kind of gives Michael a look, and then he looks down at himself, and then he looks back at Michael, and then he looks back down at himself, and he's like, "There's going to be questions no matter what."
I mean, he does have a point, but it might be smarter to keep the ship safe because I don't know much about Gloporta.
I'm pretty sure the ship can protect itself.
I'm also pretty sure that the mayor, who had, visions of grandeur in his eyes, made a report up to the three wannabe princes who are going to want to question us about the fact that we suddenly show up in Gloporta with a very, very alien-looking ship.
Yeah, that's a good point. Is there a camouflage option on the ship? Like, can it make itself look like a regular ship?
Navigator, is there an option for you to become invisible?
Negative.
How long can you survive underwater?
Indefinite.
Navigator, your instruction is to drop us off at the port, then go back out to sea, submerge, and continue to feed.
Acknowledged.
That was your
Oh, wait. Before.
So the ship is now on course. You got a couple of hours before you actually get into port.
Wait. Price. Think about what we just heard about. There is the mother of Krakens roaming around at sea. And we are putting our ship in the bottom of the ocean.
I wanted to put it in the
I look at
port.
Michael, I'm like, do you not see where I'm going with this?
Well, if there's like a bay or something that I can submerge myself in, like around a bend before we get to the city, we can
Ship,
just
can you
walk
fly?
through the portal.
Ship, can you fly?
Not at this time. Those functions
Okay.
are still inoperable.
All right, so the actual best option is for it to stay underwater, continue to feed, but keep itself hidden and away from any sort of any sort of conflict with a kraken, and await further instructions from myself through message.
You will not be able to directly connect to the ship off of the ship. Only the pilot with the helm can.
I can use message to send a message to the pilot, though.
The navigator will
pilot,
not acknowledge that sort of response that would allow for an outsider to potentially circumvent security. Only the pilot can give it direct orders.
Okay.
This thing comes from a strict chain of command society. You have to relay everything through the pilot's helm.
All right. Prize.
Are there any geographical, any type of orographic or geographic features really close to Glaporta, big enough that we can hide it,
Like a lake or something?
right? Keep it on lockdown until we come back.
I mean, if you want to spend a day hiking into town, you can have it drop you off somewhere else. The port of Gloporta was sort of designed, maybe the city was built here because there's actually, basically, if you go in, it's like a big horseshoe. I'm sure there's a term for it, but basically, anybody coming in is basically, surrounded on three sides, so that if you have hostile intent, you're coming through their pass, and they have a strategic advantage.
Right. I think that's probably better.
But at the same time, no one's ever seen a ship like this before, so you don't know how they're going to react.
I would like to not have people react in very, very blatant, let's try and get this ship because it will tilt the balance of power in my favor sort of actions.
I mean, it's up to you. You're going to have a hard time hiding the ship long term. Maybe it's better to try it in a controlled circumstance.
That was to the rest of the group.
Yeah, this is just me giving, that's the last of the options I'm going to send out.
I'm in agreement, which is why I'm saying it, middle of the wilderness and keep it under, tight lock and key until we come back.
Is that your concern, Captain?
Yes, that is my concern, because I do not want to be in the middle of another civil war.
War is never civil.
It seems to me the best option without actually taking it into the city is to find someplace off the coast, have it go underwater, and we just go through Gloporta on foot.
All right. Yeah. I'm for it.
I am
still a little bit worried about that Mother of Kraken's things, but
I mean,
I think that's our best bet. I'm for it.
Navigator. New instructions. Find a secluded bay near the city of Gloporta, and then allow us off, submerge, and continue to feed in the bay.
Acknowledged. All right. So it will take it, like I said, about another day to find a spot that meets your request. But then we'll let you all off. You can head into Gloporta, or you can just start walking to where you think you will intercept the turtle.
Shall we
I'm a
intercept
little
the
bit
turtle?
more in favor of interception than actually going into the city.
Okay.
The last instruction I give the navigator is to lock all hatches, all doors, and do not unlock any of them until I return.
That's actually pretty standard. This again being a bioorganic ship, it it basically seals itself up until someone, forces an entry.
So we head to town?
Yep.
If
All right.
Were
Do
you
you
heading
guys-
into town, or were you just going to find the road and start hiking to the intercept point? Because I'll bring up a different map if that's the case.
I'm in favor of not getting into town, but
Do we
if
have
you
any
guys
reason
think
we
it's worth it.
need? Do we have any reason we need to go into town?
don't think
I-
so.
I at least don't have
Buy
any.
potions and supplies just in case this thing wants to kick our asses when we come up to it.
Well, that's a given.
So we need potions and supplies.
Well, I mean, if we don't all want to go in, I can fly in, find a shop, and fly back.
I have cupcakes. What other supplies would we need?
Us squishy meat bags need healing potions.
We have cupcakes and we have marshmallows. What more do we need?
Why are you our
I-
jester?
I agree with Ish.
I mean,
We
cupcakes
need-
are great, but it's really hard to eat a cupcake when somebody's trying to rip your throat out.
This
need graham
fleshling has grown on me.
His cupcakes also impart a little bit of health.
We also need graham crackers and chocolate bars. Preferably really shitty powdery tasting ones.
Prize starts taking notes about the appropriate way to make s'mores.
I've been gone for like 8 years. I haven't had an appropriate s'mores. I am now missing them so badly.
Oh,
You
I
know,
miss that so
Michael,
much.
that shopping trip I got sent on the other night now makes perfect sense.
Yeah, let's get some healing potions, some graham crackers, chocolate bars.
Right.
Important.
Trying to see. Yeah,
All right. So if you're going into town, then when you come up to the gates, there is a gate tax, and considering that you are all in very nice, expensive armor, you've got to pay. Your tax will be 5 gold apiece, and before you're allowed in, for your basic supplies, it won't be a problem. You can pick those up for, let's call it 2 silver. But to go into the part of town where there's an alchemist, you got to leave your weapons behind.
What weapon?
before that happens, I want to make one thing in retrospect, if you allow me.
Let's see what it is.
Oh no, wait, shit, no, because I thought I still had that guard from the deck.
Nope, you
Never
did
mind.
not. You have no knight.
No. Okay.
But they do not
is sad.
allow armed mercenaries, within. Like I said, there's a few shops that are set up where anyone can buy, but there are certain parts after a certain point in the city, they will not allow armed mercenaries. So you have to.
I'm not armed. I
You have
just
to
have a
really.
shield.
They'll let you keep the shield, but they're basically going to ask for all your weapons. That includes any wands or staves that are obvious.
So I carry my shield, but my sword is in my wrist pocket.
Then they think you're they assume that you must have left your weapon wherever, with somewhere else, and that you were aware of this. Because this is actually fairly standard in a lot of big towns. That weapons aren't allowed because, well, they don't want you starting fights. And if you do start a fight, you're going to be executed unless you surrender to the guards right away. If you run from them, you're dead.
Michael will hand over his great sword of secret doors.
I thought you left that with your daughter.
Yes, I did. Why do I
Okay.
still have that on my sheet then? I need to remove that.
Yeah.
I have my wings of flying, and I gave those to Frank like months ago, unless he gave them back to me.
I mean, you have a Pegasus, so do you need them?
No, but if somebody else wants to fly, they're
okay. Then yeah, as long as Frick's not here, then you can have your wings. If Frick's here, you guys decide who has them. But they care about the obvious weapons, not the wings.
Prize will actually stay outside of the merchant quarter or whatever and hold everyone's weapons.
That is acceptable.
Okay. You now.
I will stay outside with Prize.
You now hold a very big crystal shield, and a very pretty rapier, and a bag of devouring that chitters.
I will grab the shield and kind of look at mine and kind of compare it aesthetically. And I'm like, a little bit tacky for my taste.
Okay. Now, for the potions, you do eventually find an alchemist, and let me get the price for potions. Okay. Let's see what they have available. All right. She is willing to sell you 7 healing potions. I need to figure out which one is which again, because I wrote down based on uncommon. Okay. Yeah, she will sell you 7 greater healing potions. And those will be yeah, if you buy all 7, she'll let you have them for 50 apiece. 50 gold.
Yeah, Michael will just put down 350 gold straight away.
Okay.
How much?
350 gold for the 7 greater healing potions.
Just a joke here, but Prize word of recalls and then leaves with everybody's equipment.
I still have all of my things, so we're good.
Me too.
While you're here, do you want to do anything else in town? Or is it just do your shopping and get out?
Maybe with Michael's help, we can spread more of Zariel's good word.
Oh god, yeah.
You'll need to spend a few hours in a tavern, but I'll let you make a performance roll on that.
I'll just give the bard advantage on it.
Okay.
Oh yay! So it's persuasion.
Performance, because you're basically gonna go and sing a song. Yeah. You put on a really good show, and you spread the good word of Zariel to the people.
I take a bow and then do a backflip as soon as I'm done.
Make an acrobatics check.
Please fail.
Please fail. Nope, you do a backflip. The people are very impressed. You get a lot of applause.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
I am going to. So, I go up to Michael and Trevor as they finish their soiree, spreading the word of Zariel. So, this thing is big, and I have a spell that might be able to reduce a little bit of the damage.
Really?
Thing is, I had to remember that time in Almond when I got captured and they took all my stuff. I had the components for the spell, but I kind of need some. And if I get enough, that I could reduce a lot of the damage.
Speaking of that, did you want to try to find like a shop or something? See if you can get a new staff or something like that?
No. I'm good. I showed them my newly crafted shield. I suppose I have it now.
Yeah.
A little fancy shield. Spent all those 2 months creating this to kind of replace it. No need for a staff now.
Okay. So, what you're saying is you need cash for components. How much cash?
Yeah, we can help with that.
1.5k of gold pieces.
I'll hand it over.
Michael just hands him 150 platinum pieces.
Or I won't, because I'm not allowed to spend money ever.
It's just very convinced that he was very fortunate to find this group when he did, and goes off and buys the components.
Wait,
I'm gonna try to.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to see if I can ground up either a ruby worth 1,500 gold pieces and turn into ruby dust, or just the ruby dust by itself.
All right. I'm going to say, and all you're doing is you're just buying the components for the spell, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That you can, you can find some a jeweler who will, grind up the gem for you. If you have gem cutters tools or anything of that sort, you can do it. Otherwise, you can pay them a couple of gold pieces, and they'll do it for you.
All right. Yeah, I'll pay that gold.
Okay.
For that service.
Yeah, components are easier to get. While you're talking to them, you do learn that magic is a bit more locked down in the city. You have to know a person to basically you got to know the right people to buy actual magic items. But this city has some very nice magic items for those who can afford it. Like some people are even being transported by magic carpet that goes from one place to another.
Oh, nice.
It's a very high end technological type of city. Magical technology.
Hey, Corvair.
I mean, do we want to take a second to look around, see if there's anything interesting?
Sure.
But I also want to.
Obviously, that's a group decision. Just me as a player is curious. So.
Yeah, go for it. If you want to go window shopping, I'll go around with you. And yes, I will be buying stuff if you want me to, because of the fact that you need to save up for your kid.
And you did sort of miss the game where he made all of his gold.
Oh.
I mean, I don't care who spends the money.
Now?
I have so much gold, it's not even funny. I can sink small economies right now.
Well, this is not a small economy town.
I know.
Do you want to take a day to sort of tour the city?
If we think as a group we can spare it, sure. But if people just want to move on, we don't have to.
I'm okay with it, but the longer we stay, the more Ish gets a little bit nervous.
Prize does not have any money to buy anything with, so
Michael will give him 100 platinum pieces.
Michael's our sugar daddy.
Did you actually keep track of how much platinum and how much gold you had?
I really did. I've got it right now on my sheet, and I've been subtracting it as I go.
Just checking.
Because it is. If I didn't have it in my bag of holding, I would be over my carrying capacity right now.
Yeah, I imagine you can't put much more into your bag of holding. It's probably maxed out.
Yeah.
But anyway,
there's multiple reasons as to why I'm just tossing out cash. It's just like I need to be able to carry stuff, important stuff, because I can't really carry shit right now.
So
I got all that gold in there.
I'll give you the quick tour of the city, because you can actually hire a kid, one of the runners, to sort of guide you around, or you can just walk around. I'll let you decide which.
Specifically, Andy, just to kind of cut down on wandering, I'm seeing if there's any like cool shields.
Uh, yeah, the city kind of has like three major districts. Over in this region is the crafters section, and they definitely make have some high end equipment. Now, if you're looking for magical shields, that's gonna be a little bit harder to get.
I am specifically looking for because I just have like a +1 shield now. I'm seeing if there's
Mhm.
like anything better or anything cooler
If you go
because I have
over,
an attunement spot open. So
okay, you do know that 5 gold, Michael, is like um 5 years work for him, and I actually more than that even. You basically just paid this kid for 5 to 10 years of his life.
Go to school. After you are done with us, go to school.
Okay. The other side of town, right across from the crafters, this is where the magic really comes in. This is where the college is, and that means that's where all the mages are, and the mages and the artists and craftsmen work together. But the thing is, magic brokers work with their private clientele, and they do not open their door to random people, unfortunately. Now,
okay,
mundane magic, like small trinkets are one thing, but they're not really big on just selling people magical weapons and armament, especially if they don't have the right connections. And I know she didn't hear half of that.
No, she did. She heard quite a lot of it. Don't worry.
sorry, somebody's coming to. His parents are here to look at our mower that's broke. So,
Okay.
um,
So
Prize also requested if we can find diamonds, like revivified diamonds and a raised dead diamond. I think.
yes, that you can purchase without any major problem. Like I said,
You,
components for magic and things, that's not an issue. It's the actual magical items that are hard to buy,
okay, yeah. How
unless you
many
want to
can
try
I
to go
find?
the black market route.
I know. I know that with the resurrection diamonds or the revivify diamonds, it's like 1,000 gold piece diamond. So
My revivified diamond is only 500. I have one because I used one on you before.
I've got two. I've got two left.
And then do we have like a 200 gold one? He said he wanted to find.
Yeah, you can go to a Jim Smith, and you be like, oh, we have a lovely selection of rings here. This one has a diamond worth 300 gold, and here's one worth 200, and he's going through all the actual details on one, without actually saying the monetary value. But Andy is trying to keep the mechanics simple.
Okay, so he's gonna use the platinum that Michael gave him to buy what he could.
Okay. Uh,
That was 100 platinum, which is equivalent to 1,000 gold pieces.
they're actually going to ask you to bring some of that to a money changer first, because they don't handle platinum coins here. That's usually for the magic shops.
That's fair.
But that won't be a big deal. They're happy enough because you're going to spend money in their town. It'll get arranged. You can buy the diamonds that you need.
Okay.
And then the shop closes up for a while because they need to go cut some more gems. You bought out a lot of their stuff.
And magic, like actual magic shop wise, there's like, no, we don't want that. Yeah,
You
right?
you got to know the person to get in.
Okay, gotcha.
And although I will say, going around buying out half the gems in a shop is a good way to get known, but you still need to make the right contacts before you can buy something.
That's fine. I don't want to waste too much time here. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be like its own little quest. it's one of those things where you got to like spend time role playing in town before that happens. And we're talking a few days, unless you get lucky and meet the right person right off the bat.
Okay, no problem. The void stairs.
Stairs? People give us stairs?
No, I'm talking about the void over my shoulder right now. It's really funny.
Oh, the cat. Yes. Michael just seems quite distracted with everything going on.
You okay, Michael?
Yeah, I'm alright. Not every day that one kind of starts prepping for dealing with a giant turtle that can possibly talk to you and also crush you underneath its weight.
Well, we already dealt with a giant lightning snake.
We did do that. And a devil.
And the
Devil?
faces of and the many districts of hell.
Yeah, I was
Hell?
gonna say we redeemed an archdevil. I think we can handle a giant turtle. And if we die, well, we die. Just my wife will kill me if I die. So.
I think you guys should write memoirs of Michael and Trevor. So I can read it personally to see what you guys have done.
We really should write a book.
I think there's going to be a lot of chapters of my life that just get omitted and put into like the top secret area of that phase library that nobody else will ever know about.
Yeah, the director's cut.
Hey, and one redeeming quality of you is you were nice to me from the start. Like from the second Frick ran my ass over to now.
I'm not a complete asshole. I know that I am an asshole, but I'm not a complete one.
Who's this Frick?
Frick is awesome. Frick is the scion of the Macho Man. Hallow be his body slams.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And he is also the creator of Fricktastic, which before Wildom was shattered into several different islands, was one of the largest selling ales in the capital, and is now actually still being sold interdimensionally, from what I understand. He also was a landed lord whose cave produced dragon stones, which were in and
I
of
forgot
themselves.
about that.
Yeah, don't even know if that cave still exists anymore. But yeah, that's all the things.
He is the purest soul ever.
Are you guys just walking around town, or did you stop by a tavern for any of this? Just curious.
We're stopping into a tavern for
Okay,
this.
then please make a perception check.
All of us?
Whoever wants to.
I is blind.
No, me.
Yeah, they're pretty invested in their story.
Well,
all right, so I'm gonna say that
I am reveling in the mythos that is Frick.
But while Michael is telling this story and he's talking about the Fricktastic, he'll, if you kind of one of the waitresses will walk up. Oh, we have that.
I would love a mug.
Okay,
Make that 3.
We have it shipped in from Sidrel. And she brings over a bottle of Fricktastic. It has the Acquisitions Inc. logo on it. Frick's face has been made in a portrait holding a wine glass.
He looks so great on the bottle. I wish he was here.
How much is it for all of that, by the way?
This bottle will cost you 8 gold.
Worth it.
Very much worth it.
Pretty good.
It's a cherry vanilla wine.
I don't get much cherry since I'm from Cholsa. Like
Oh yeah,
It's
he
good.
he rolled a natural 20 on this brew, so it's fantastic.
I mean, Wildom wasn't exactly known for its good fruit, so
Yeah, he managed to just pretty much make the greatest thing I've ever had. Remember that time he blew up the basement without really realizing that he was going to?
remember the time he ran my ass over twice in one day?
Yeah. But hey, it it got you it got you talking to us.
I know, I had less of a beard then.
Yeah. Less of a beard, hadn't really traveled to other dimensions, probably had a lot less of a very interesting and hectic life.
You know, I wonder what would have happened if I never met you guys.
You probably would have gotten married and lived a long and happy life and not had to deal with the god that tried to erase your memory from existence.
I mean, actually, at that time, I wasn't with my wife because of the whole temple thing that happened.
Yeah, that was my fault. But things happen. People learn.
Do they?
Yeah.
Some people.
I resemble that remark.
Well, I think we're all learning from our mistakes.
Yeah.
This is getting mushy. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's go find a
Kill a turtle.
yeah.
Kill a turtle.
Let's go find a turtle and talk to it and see if we're the unstoppable, if we're the immovable object that will stop its unstoppable force.
Pretty sure we've thought that before. Like when we went after Azir and her siblings.
Yeah. This is a bit different, but yeah.
We've done a lot of stupid shit. How the hell are we alive?
Possibly the fact that there have been time warps, multiple interventions from divine entities, the occasional thing where we actually plan out something and it comes together, and just generally good luck.
I think it's dumb luck. But
It doesn't matter if it's dumb luck. If it's luck, and it's good. I mean, it's not like as if I could be trapped inside of an interdimensional sphere while somebody tries to figure out if I'm a god of destruction or chaos.
Your runner is very confused by all this, by the way.
I still have another gold.
Ultimate timeline.
Don't do what we do.
Once again, go to school. Pay a lot of attention in school. Do not become like me, even though I am very rich. Become much better than me. Become the best person that you can be. Do great things in the world.
I don't know if this will be enough to for how to get through school, but I'll take some classes.
Michael will just hand him over another 10 gold.
If you like singing, become a bard. If you like fighting, oh, become a paladin.
If you want to become a mage, go study at the Mages Guild.
Ish.
If you like giving up your soul, become a warlock.
He actually was. He liked the idea of going to the magic school, but right now he's more worried about getting robbed on his way home. Because you just gave him a lot of money for a kid his age.
Would you like escorted home? I think we can find our way from here. I summon my Pegasus.
He basically thinks that he can probably get himself a bank account at this point. So
If he wants Freya, we'll give him a ride home.
okay, he's actually very happy about that, and he is going to use it to get himself an education because apparently being an adventurer rocks. You know, it's a city doesn't get destroyed by that monster.
Have I mentioned how much I like this Pegasus?
Not today.
I don't think you have.
She's actually really sassy. It's kind of scary. It's like having my wife in a Pegasus form. It's terrifying.
You get swatted with a tail.
Example A.
I mean, one of these days you're gonna need Lulu to come travel with you.
I miss Lulu. I wonder how she's doing.
I need to grab more soda because the alcohol is really hitting my head. Exactly.
As this happens, this is like, okay, I think this 4 into city has been long enough. I think it's time we do the interception part.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
So I'll just go ahead and finish describing the city while Kyle is getting his drink. But so yeah, you have the craftsman portion. You have, like I said, the magic and information portion, and around the dock is sort of the trade. This is where all the really nice things come into town and go out of the town. A lot of money flows through here, and it's a pretty normal city in every other respect. You definitely haven't been there long enough to, for any of the politics to hit you, but you made one kid moderately rich, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to be an adventurer. I need to go to school and learn how to cast spells.
As long as he goes to school first.
Well, you got to go to school to learn how to cast spells. I mean, you might be able to just pick up a spell book and get lucky, but most need training.
If the city survives, one of our next characters should be that kid. That would be awesome.
Okay, but like I said, unless you want to do anything else, because like I said, making contacts to start buying things, that's going to take a little bit of effort, but taking down a giant turtle will definitely, help speed that along if that was your plan.
No, as soon as we finish our fantastics, Isha's just gonna start heading towards the gate for the road outside the city.
Okay.
Like, okay, it's time to get to work.
Off to work we go.
Okay. So not hearing anybody else say anything, I'm just going to assume that you keep moving. It will take you a couple of days, but gargantuan turtles are actually surprisingly easy to find. And I'm just going to bring this over to a map. And you guys can go ahead and put yourselves in wherever you want to be. And I will put the turtle down somewhere.
Since I've seen a hex grid. Sure.
Yeah, I just kind of did a couple of random ones. We're going to go with this one. Because he is freaking ginormous.
As a huge bitch.
Like I said, he is gargantuan. No, I'm going to say, Michael, you need to be back on the other side. Yeah. This is the first encounter. I was
moving myself aside because I was pretty much like, I am right up that turtle's anus.
Yeah. So this isn't
1,000 years of pain.
the exact where you are. Well, underneath the turtle was a small village. Most of the people fled, a little while back because the turtle isn't slow. He's got a speed slightly higher than you guys, but he is walking in. And let me see just real quick how far off you guys actually are from him. Okay, because he is walking, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Can I say that I'm on my Pegasus right now?
Yes, you can because you called that ahead of time.
Fucking 4.
That is a sad initiative.
I only have a +2, okay? I'm not Dexy.
No, I was talking about me.
You got a 10. Shut up.
I don't like that.
I don't think I've been in a double-digit initiative like the last 5 times we've played.
Well, Prize gets to go
20.
first.
In every single game I played with Kyle and Andy, I've always been the one with low initiative. So I'm like, once.
Okay.
Like, Raichi lived in between 9 and 1. Well, 9 and 3 actually.
Well, for starters, I need everybody to. When this guy walks, the earth literally shakes around him. So I need everyone within 100 feet who is on the ground. The area is going to become difficult terrain, and everyone on the ground needs to make a Constitution save.
Do I make one on the Pegasus for her? Since I'm riding
Is the
her?
Pegasus on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
So I think I add +5 onto that because I'm within 10 feet of you. So that's a 17.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Saving throws are +5.
Sorry, the Constitution roll was wrong. That's for concentration, actually. As none of you are concentrating, switch that over to a dexterity save for me. My bad.
But it was so good.
This is a very long stat block to try and read.
So it's
Yeah,
still
I can imagine.
So
Well, that's better for her, so she has
Yeah.
19.
yeah. So it's still a 17. Wow.
Is this a spell or magical effect? Well,
This
it
is
doesn't matter.
this is him walking.
Oh.
Yeah, this is literally just this guy when he walks, the ground shakes, and that's why that village behind you is mostly not standing anymore. All right. Okay, so it looks like everybody who didn't get a 25 is going to fall and take 17 bludgeoning damage as you're knocked prone.
I don't take any though.
I'm going to say with a fall, you still would. Because, no offense, but, I realize that shield is overpowered, and I gave it to you, but still, it's sort of hard to say you don't take damage when you fall to the ground.
So how much do we take again?
17 bludgeoning. And now that we are officially starting, Prize, it is your turn.
I think that my first action is going to be to cast Warding Bond on Trevor,
Okay.
and then I will Mind Sliver the creature.
Okay.
Intelligence 8.
Yeah, he does not make that.
-12 psychic damage,
Okay.
and he takes a -1d4 on his next save.
Okay. And then is his turn. He is almost completely positive that that was because of you. And let's see. Let me just see how close all of you are together here. Yeah, everyone but with the exception of Ish, who seems to be outside of the range, needs to make a dexterity check as this thing spews rocks at you.
I will spend my reaction to add in my AC
Okay, what does that make it?
for my shield. So that's a plus legendary +3 shield. So it's
Okay.
like a shield
Makes you a
shield.
25. Okay.
Yeah.
25 is exactly what you needed to only take half damage. Everyone below 25 takes 33 bludgeoning as rocks come flying at you.
Okay.
This one you do get to negate. Michael.
Oh, no.
Andy,
Yeah.
were we knocked prone from that first thing?
Yes, you were.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to figure out this stupid health thing, and I don't have my book right now for my Pegasus. So
We're going to go with your health, not your Pegasus health.
okay.
Because that's just easier on me until when they target your Pegasus directly, I'll let you know, but I'm not trying to make this complicated. So just make it your health.
Okay, and that was.
That was 33 bludgeoning damage.
What was the first one? I'm sorry.
17. So a grand total of 50 bludgeoning before you even get to start the fight. Good thing you bought those potions.
Trevor also only takes half.
So I take 25.
Well, you only take half of the second one, so
16.
No, it would be 17. It was 33.
All right.
And then the turtle is going to move 40 feet forward. That feels about right for him. As big as he is, and yes, you can see that there are buildings on top of his shell. You can probably even like find the ones that you wanted. But because you started off hurting him, you're an enemy and you're going to be flattened for it. Michael, it is your turn.
All right. I'm going to cast Shatter on his head.
Okay. And what kind of save is that for him?
That is a DC 18 Constitution save.
Okay. And what kind of damage does this one cat is this one?
Let me pull it up on
Yeah, because it will make an issue.
I do know that it deals double damage on constructs.
All right. Well, as soon as he gets back and can tell me what that is, we'll. So, Ish, let's go ahead and do your turn while he's figuring that out.
Right. I suppose I'm prone, so I'm gonna have to get up.
Yeah, that's half your movement to get up.
And then it's another half. So, I'm going to shout to Trevor, if I can, as a free action. Come over here. I need to give you something. Because I didn't have the intelligence to do this before we started the fight, and I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast it twice.
Okay.
Sorry, 3 times.
All right.
So
go ahead and make those
1
rolls.
attack, 2 attack,
that misses.
3 attack.
That definitely misses. The last one will hit.
Whoa, frick.
Okay. So that was 5 damage. Okay, and it is thunder damage. So, yeah, Michael, when your spell hits, it does massive damage and cracks to him. What was the total damage?
Total damage when you add in together all of everything, it was 31. So if he does fall under the construct, it's
he doesn't, but he does still have he still takes double damage even though he's not technically a construct. So that will be 62 points of damage. Let's see. Okay. And then it is Trevor's turn.
Okay. My Pegasus can fly 90 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming she has to use some movement.
Yeah, it'll still be half to stand up.
Okay, so we'll do that, and then we're going to go over to Ish, which is 25 feet.
Okay.
If I measured that correctly. So before I go, I want to check something.
Okay.
Okay. So his head is 25 feet away from me, 30 feet?
Yeah.
Whichever. Okay. I am going to cast on my way over to Ish. I'm going to cast Guardian of Faith on his head.
Okay. And is that an attack roll for you or a save for him?
It is a save. A spectral guardian occupies the space except indistinct except for sword and shield with the symbol of my deity. I don't know what Zoriel's symbol is.
We're gonna go with like a big sword because she
Okay.
is an attacker.
I'll say like a sword with like wings or whatever.
Okay.
Any hostile creature to you that moves to a space within 10 feet for the first time must succeed on a dexterity throw. Um, takes 20 radiant damage on a failed save or half on a successful one. My guardian vanishes when it has dealt a total of 60 damage.
Okay. What is your DC for the save?
18.
Okay, he did not make that. So
So it
how
takes
much?
20 points of radiant damage.
20 points. Okay. And then you're flying over to Ish.
Yes.
Okay, he's going to use 2 of his legendary actions to spit a rock at you because you were the last one to hurt him. And that's oh yeah, that's he got a 19 plus huge. He hits you. You're going to take 31 points of bludgeoning damage as a rock hits you.
Okay.
And then that was Trevor's turn. Go back to Prize. Prize, it's your turn.
Yep. You know, Prize likes the idea of putting Guardian of Faith on it, so he's gonna do the same thing. He will cast Guardian of Faith on the thing's head.
Okay. What was your DC?
18.
He beats it.
So he takes 10 damage this turn.
Okay. And just say, let me check something here. Okay, yeah. All right. And were you going to do anything else with your turn?
I am going to move closer.
Okay. And if that's the end of your turn, then he is going to make his move. And because you came within range of him, he's just going to attack you. Yeah, he gets 2 attacks. And the first, what's your AC?
18.
Okay, yeah, his lowest was a 24. He gets a plus 17 to attack, so I'm going to assume he mostly hits you, unless he rolls really low. Okay, so first he's going to bite you. That is going to be 28 points of piercing damage. Then he is going to stomp you for 26 points of bludgeoning damage. And he doesn't need to move anymore, so he's going to stay there. Michael, it is your turn.
I'm going to cast Shatter once again
Okay.
as a level 7.
And that was dexterity.
It's Constitution.
Constitution. Why do I keep forgetting that? Okay. Well, with this roll, he wasn't going to save. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I was reading the wrong one. His Constitution is through the roof, but he still didn't save. Wow, pretty good. Okay, so 41 times 2.
82.
Okay. Yeah, he is howling at all of that.
And I will use use my bonus action to give bardic inspiration to the Warforged, who's decided to go in all fours against the turtle.
Yeah.
Okay, and so the turtle is going to use one of his legendary actions to stomp the Warforge again because he's mad. That will be 26 points of bludgeoning to Prize. And then it is Ish's turn.
All right, I will touch Trevor, and I will cast Protection from Evil and Good, naming elementals. So it has disadvantage on attacks against her, and she can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
And I will stay where I am because I have no bonus action to do.
Okay. The turtle retracts into its shell. And that means it is Trevor's turn.
Okay. My spirit guardian thing. Not spirit guardian. What is it?
I know what you mean. I just forget its name.
Guardian of Faith.
So it doesn't... It moves within the space. So it looks like it only attacks once. Is that what I'm understanding?
Let me read it real quick because
any creature hostile to you that moves to a space within 10 feet of the guardian for the first time must succeed on a throw. It doesn't say anything about
it just means that it will keep taking that damage until it just doesn't get to make. I'm going to say that it would get to make the save again, but in this case it's restrained because it's inside of its own shell.
Okay, so he takes another 20 points of damage then?
He'll only take half of that because he's inside of his shell.
Okay, so he takes 10, so that's 30 points. So he 30 more points and my dude disappears.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have anything else you want to do with your turn?
Yeah, that does its own thing.
Yeah. So what are you doing with your turn?
Would you have allowed me to use my bonus action last turn to light my sword, or since I didn't say it, I have to use it this time?
Since you didn't say it, you got to do it this time.
Okay, so I'll use my bonus action to light my sword, and then I will... Is there like a hole where...
No, when he pulls into his shell, he pretty well seals up. You'll have to attack the shell itself.
Okay, I guess we'll attack the shell?
Okay. You get advantage on these attacks because he is considered restrained.
Okay.
Okay, the crit obviously hit. The first attack did not.
Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be...
17 plus 18, and I'll throw a level 1 Divine Smite in there.
Okay, let me just start doing math because he does have resistance to everything at the moment on top of all that. So, where's my calculator? Okay, and how much for your smite? Okay. All right, and divide all that by 2. So he takes some damage from that, at least. Okay. Prize, it is your turn.
First things first, Prize is going to cast Heal on himself, restoring 70 hit points.
Okay.
And then I will use my ability to turn enchantment spells into a bonus action to cast Bless on myself, Trevor, and Michael. And as part of that, since I'm casting a spell on an ally, I'm going to tell Trevor to hit him again.
Okay.
I smack him with my stick.
That did not hit.
Bless, I get a +4, or a D4, right?
Yes.
Nope.
No.
I'm guessing that no.
No, that did not. Okay, so now it is his turn. And let's see. So he is going to... Let me just do this one right and roll for what he gets. Oh, no, I get to roll 5. Where's another... there we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he is. You start to see, like, he starts to basically absorb some of the rocks around him, healing himself. But he still cannot come back out of his shell just yet. So that means it is Michael's turn again.
I'm just going to try and blow apart his shell with another shatter spell.
Okay, well, he can't move, so. Oh, wait, forget his constitution. And he does at least get a good one on that. Okay, and that was what, an 18?
32.
No, I mean, what
18, yeah.
what is the save? 18?
Save is 18, yeah.
Okay, then yes, he does save.
So he takes only 16 points. Well, let's see. On constructs, it gets double damage.
Yeah. He has a vulnerability, but he's not a construct, so same difference. So
Okay.
basically,
So,
we
32.
just 32. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for your turn?
I'm going to start walking forward, because I take it he's now completely stopped, right? So now the terrain is just normal terrain.
No, the terrain's still difficult because he shattered it for a minute. So it's still difficult terrain for you.
All right, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to move forward one hexagon.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell him, "Do you want to stop that now?"
I just see Velma from Scooby Doo to the vampire. You stop that.
And there is no response from the turtle. Ish, it is your turn.
So the turtle, is there space enough that I can fit inside his shell?
No, there is not.
Or is it just like airtight?
You can always like go up to the buildings that are on his shell, but there's like you can't crawl in there in the shell with him, unless you know
Alright.
I guess you could crawl through some of the cracks that you've been making. I don't know what your end goal there would be, but you can try.
I'm asking if there's enough space for me to get in there, in his soft spot inside the shell with its head and stuff.
Okay, you're asking to find a vulnerable spot on the stone turtle.
Yeah, I was hoping to.
He is a stone
My plan
turtle.
was to dimension door inside the shell of the turtle.
He is not an organic turtle. There is no soft spot.
Okay. Fair enough. Then I'm just gonna chill touch him.
Okay.
I don't like that.
What's the range on
regeneration
chill
stuff.
touch?
I believe. I'll check real quick. But I believe it's like 60 feet. 120 feet.
Okay. That's fine.
All right. Chill touch.
Okay. Because just a sec, I just want to check something while he's retracted. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You hit him.
All right. 15 points of necrotic damage and
I'm just double checking something. Yeah, he only takes half of that.
all right. And it can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Okay. And then, if that's the end of your turn,
Yeah, I'll just move down with the difficult terrain about there.
okay.
That's
then
about it.
Trevor, it is your turn.
I would like to hit him twice.
Okay. Okay.
On that one.
It was with advantage because he's still restrained.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So that means both your attacks will hit, but they will only do half damage. So, all right.
Did it look like my smite did any sort of extra damage to it?
It was also reduced, but Let
All right, I'm
me
gonna save it then.
let me just do up all this on the calculator to make my life easier. Okay. All right, were you going to add smite to that?
No, I'm going to use my bonus action. Oh, wait. There it is. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on Prize.
Okay.
It's a
And
bonus action. Concentration up to 10 minutes. He gets a +2 to his AC.
okay, Prize, it is your turn.
I think that I'm just gonna wail on it.
Okay. You get to make these at advantage. Okay, that missed.
Of course.
Did you only get one attack because your attack is at advantage?
I rolled twice for the advantage.
Yeah, I don't know how many attacks you get. That's why I was asking. Okay.
I don't get extra attack.
Okay, so the turtle is going to emerge from his shell now. And
Andy.
yes.
I'm gonna mind sliver him as my bonus action.
Okay. Yeah, he's not going to
18
save.
intelligence.
All right. Yeah, he failed. He's still only taking half of that, so he's only taking 2.
It should have been 15, not 4.
Well, he's only taking 7 then. Now he's going to appear from his shell, and he is going to spew rocks at all of you. Everyone make a dexterity save.
I make one for my Pegasus, right?
Just use yours because it's simpler.
I take it
She
at
has a better
25.
save. Nobody's within 10 feet of me, so only I get my +5. So I have a 15.
Okay. Everyone who got below 25 is going to take full damage as you get hit by rocks for 33 bludgeoning damage.
I'm still in triple digits.
I take it Michael takes none then.
That is correct. But, Trevor, you are going to get
Hold on,
bit.
I gotta redo math.
Sorry.
Okay. That bumped me down from triple digits to double digits.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, Trevor, you then get bit by the turtle, and you will take 28 points of piercing damage.
The attack is with disadvantage because of protection from E. Oh no, I have to do a concentration check. To
Yes.
see if... So that's Constitution. No.
Yeah, okay. You take the, what did I just say? 28 points of piercing damage.
So I only take 14, right?
No, you take full because his spell has worn off.
The warding.
Yeah, either way.
Oh, the
protection
warding from
only
him.
is-
Okay, then. Sorry, you got a lot of different things again going on
I'm
here.
confused.
It's
I think
Okay.
I'm inspired, but I don't remember.
And then it's Michael's turn.
Going to
protection
cast,
fades away from you, Trevor, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to cast Hold Monster.
Okay. What does he need to make for that?
He needs to make a DC 18 Wisdom save.
Okay. Yeah, he did that easily.
Michael just raises an eyebrow. Are you going to stop? Because when it comes to you and me, we could be here forever.
There's absolutely no reaction except that he is going to stomp on the Warforged. Prize, you take another 26 bludgeoning damage as he stomps down on you. Ish, it is your
Perfect.
turn.
Sorry, my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. I'm running out of stuff, so invocations. I'm going to cast Bestow Curse on him.
Okay.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. He's pretty decent at those. What does he need to make?
18.
Okay. He's going to use a legendary resist to make that save.
Okay. Down.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yeah, because that's my action.
Okay. Then in that case, he is going to stomp on the Warforged again because that's just a lot of fun. What's your AC?
20.
Okay, yeah, he beat that. You take another 26 bludgeoning damage.
Hey,
And
Andy,
yes.
I should have made concentration checks.
Okay, go ahead and make one for what's been going on. Okay, it's
+5.
how much
So,
damage were you taking recently? I'm going to say that was enough to keep it this round. We'll just make sure to keep track next time. Okay. Prize is your turn.
I am going to cast Heal on myself again.
Okay. And is there anything else?
I will Mind Sliver it again as my bonus action.
Okay. Yep, he
Don't
failed
forget-
that.
Don't forget, you still have Bardic Inspiration, so you can add in a D12 to the damage.
You can do Bardic Inspiration on damage?
Yes,
He can.
because I am a Scald.
Oh, well, then I'll do that.
It's a particular
College
branch
Valor.
of his ability, but yes. Okay, so he'll take a total of 18.
Yes, the College of Valor, aka the Scalds.
He's going to stomp
Yeah.
on you again.
Sentinel attack.
Okay, first you'll take that 26 bludgeoning and make your attack.
I think I can do that because I'm in his business. So
So make your attack.
hold on, wrong weapon. Ignore that.
Okay.
There we go. 21.
Just enough to hit him.
Unholy. Nice.
And I'm going to smite him with that one if I can.
Okay. As long as you got the spell slots, I don't see a problem. All right, that was 30.
$21 extra points.
Okay. Yeah, he does not like you at all. And it's his turn. So he absorbs more rocks.
No touchy.
And yeah, he's going to bite Trevor. Yeah, that one's going to hit. He's going to bite you a second time. Yeah, that's going to hit too. So you're going to take, doing the math in my head right quick, 56 points of piercing damage as he bites you twice.
And that's not halved anymore?
Oh, still have.
And
28.
that is all of his turn.
Was that 56 the total?
Yes.
Okay.
So you only take 26 for halving it.
Still in triple digits.
Michael, it is your turn.
Yeah, Michael's going to just slide on up to him through all the difficult terrain. and he's going to cast Thunderwave on him.
Okay. What kind of save is that?
That's going to be a DC 18 Constitution save, just like with
Yeah, he beat it. He's rolling good now. He literally had to roll like below a 7 to fail before. He gets a +10 to his Constitution.
Yeah. Then I'm going to make a bonus action, adding Bardic Inspiration to Trevor,
All
and
right.
I'm just going to wave the shield at the tortoise, going, "Bring it."
Okay, just a second.
Come at me, bro.
Okay. Yeah, he's just going to keep stomping the Warforged because, again, it's just so much fun. He got a 20 this time. That's just enough. So 26 more bludgeoning to prize.
Is this a new round or no?
No, he gets legendary attacks.
Okay.
So he's using a legendary action to stomp the annoying machine. Ish, it is your turn.
Question. How would he fit into a 20 by 20 cube?
Probably
he
not.
Just that big.
He's gargantuan, and I don't have the exact specifics, but I'm pretty sure he's got half a good chunk of a city on his back. So I think he's bigger.
All right then. Well, in that case, since he's that big, I am going to. Yeah. I'm just gonna cast Hunger of Hadar on his ass.
Okay.
So it's a 20-foot radius. I'm going to make it so that nobody else is in that radius. That area.
Is it literally on his ass?
It kind of has to be in order to not hit you guys. It has to be the back half of them. Okay. What do I roll for Hunger of Hadar? Or do you roll?
Okay, so it's at the beginning of its turn. When it starts its turn, it'll take 2d6 cold damage and 2d6 acid.
There's no save for that?
During his turn, yeah.
Okay.
If he ends his turn on it, then he takes it.
Okay. All right, so you cast that spell, but until it hits his turn, is that all for you?
Yes.
Okay.
That is all.
And I'm going to use another legendary action to stomp the Warforged, which is just my favorite thing to say right now, apparently. 26 prize. And Trevor, now it's your turn.
Go down.
He'll switch up to somebody else in a minute then. Trevor, it's your turn.
So for Hunger for Dar, no light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area, and creatures fully within the area are blinded. I'm not sure if that would qualify.
Not for him because he has tremor sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Now, Trevor.
I will take my 2 swings and then start moving towards prize.
Okay. The second one hit. All right, that's 17 points of damage. Okay. And then it'll be prize. I need you to make a death save.
I just remembered that Guardian of Faith, we've both had it up for a while. We haven't done any of the saves for it.
Yeah, because you guys forgot to remind me. It's a little late for me to start calculating it back in. You need to keep that in mind when it's your turn, because I can't keep track of all of it. Okay, you make your first death save. And now it's his turn again. And he is going to bite the bard. Yep. You are going to take 28 points of piercing damage. And then he is going to Yeah, he's going to stomp on the paladin for 26 bludgeoning. And his other one doesn't recharge yet. That is all of his turn. Ish, what do I need to say for Hunger of Hadar?
It's a dexterity. It's not
Okay.
bonus damage, but
What does he need to make for that?
18.
Okay, he is going to beat it.
All right.
And he can actually, since he does sense it there, he is going to move. He's just going to basically stand on top of you all and start stomping you.
Just lifting up my shield.
Is this just a all-out attack on all of us?
Well, no. I mean, he isn't attacking yet. Is when he
Okay.
when he attacks. He's just basically he sensed the field. He was moving to avoid it, and because of his size, he just moves on top of you all. In answer to your question, your shield was based on your charisma modifier, and yes, you have it.
Right.
Okay. But since that was his turn, I'm going to say he didn't have to move a full 10 feet, so he doesn't kick in his other ability. Michael, it is your turn.
I grab hold of it and use Dimension Door to transport us 1,000 feet into the air.
Okay. I feel that he gets a save on that because it's supposed to be willing creatures, right?
You could have it contested by an acrobatics or athletics check because I have to take hold of him, but there's not really a save on it.
Let me look up Dimension Door because I mean I like the idea, I do, but I feel that that is supposed to be let's see, you can bring it along. Willing
There's-
creature your size or smaller, he will not fit even if he was willing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
Damn.
I'm going to say that you knew that before you cast
was
and you
good.
didn't do it. I
right,
remember
well,
there was a reason that wasn't a good attack.
All right. Then what I'll use then is I'll use Dimension Door to put myself right onto his eyelid, staring him in the eye.
Okay, yeah, that's possible. But again, he's all stone. Don't start pulling that's a weakness on me. But that's your turn. And
I will
Ish.
cast. I will also, as my bonus action, give a bardic inspiration to Trevor once again.
Okay.
If
And
not only on damage, it can also be used on AC.
yeah. He's going to stomp the paladin for 26 bludgeoning. And now it is your turn, Ish.
All right. So, all my plans just went out the window when he was on top. All right.
Yeah, he may not be bright, but he knows what's hurting him, and he tries to kill it.
I'm still within range of his ginormous feet, right?
Yeah, you are definitely within attack range. You just haven't
shit.
gotten his attention as much as the others.
Alrighty then. I guess I'll have to remedy that. I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast his freaking neck.
Okay, roll those attacks. Okay, the first two hit. Okay, so you do 5 damage.
And that was kind of crap. Yeah, I'm. Well, I can't see my token anymore, but I'm gonna walk as much as I can towards his rear.
I will move him so you can move yourself over.
Sure, I'll just walk over there because it's difficult terrain still.
Okay. All right. He's going to use one of his legendary actions to stomp you this time. You take 26 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Is there no attack?
No, he makes the attack, but he gets a plus 17. So
Yeah, that's gonna hit me no matter what.
Yeah. That's why, unless he rolls a 1 or a 2, he hits you. Even the 2, I'm going to ask. Trevor, it is now your turn.
I'm going to use my action to dump 40 points into the Warforged
Okay.
with Lay on Hands.
Okay.
And then my bonus action, I'm just going to summon Spiritual Weapon, like, under his belly by us.
Okay. And is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, but I'm assuming the 15 doesn't hit, so.
No, it did not.
Okay.
Okay. He is just. What was your AC-ish?
17. So
Okay, then
hits
yeah,
me
he
on
just
this.
automatically stomps you again. You do have your shield. Are you calculating that in?
Yeah.
Okay. So you take another 26 bludgeoning damage.
I'm gonna hell strip you. Oh no, I can't.
You can use a
No.
reaction if you have it.
Yeah, but I don't have any spell slots for that.
Okay, then yeah. Okay. Prize. It is Prize's turn.
Does the Guardian of Faith do any damage? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. What was the save on that?
18.
What kind of save?
Dex.
Okay, then yes, it does hit.
Okay, so it hits, so he takes 20 points of radiant damage then.
Okay.
So he has 40, 20, 40, 50, 10 more points and then he disappears.
Okay. In that case, he is going to use. No, he's already used his legendary actions. Prize, it is your turn.
Prize will heal himself once more.
Okay.
Then he will walk over this direction.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry.
That's it.
Okay. In that case, he is going to first bite the bard that is on his face. That is
Impressive.
28 points of piercing damage. Then he will stomp the paladin for 26 bludgeoning damage. And his other attack has recharged, which means I need everybody to make that wonderful dexterity saving throw again. Except for Michael. There's no point in doing it with Michael. He negates the damage.
I'm guessing 17 doesn't save.
Everything below a 25 is a fail. Everyone is going to take another 33 bludgeoning damage and get knocked prone. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. That's only if you fail by 5 or more. Yeah, everyone gets knocked prone and takes 33 bludgeoning damage.
So,
I'm at.
since I'm flying on my... Well, I mean, I'm not flying anymore because I would have had to. So, I'm just knocked over with my Pegasus. Right?
Yes.
Okay, we're both on the ground struggling.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm at 2.
Okay. Michael, it is your turn.
Wait, you're at 2 death saves that you failed? Or
I'm at 2 hit points.
Oh, okay. Does this thing look remotely hurt?
Oh, yeah, it is crumbling. It just... it's just been using all of its stuff to attack lately.
How many plot points in order to get back a level 8 spell slot again?
I'm gonna say that's not gonna be possible.
Okay. Then what Michael will do is he will place his hand upon its eye and go, "Last warning," as he casts Thunderwave.
Okay.
At level 5.
Okay. And that was a Constitution save?
DC 18.
Okay, yeah, he got a 1, so even his high... Alright, as you do that, you unleash that damage. You feel the shock wave go through him, the cracks get bigger. Everybody everyone but Michael make a deck save as this guy starts to fall down.
I'm guessing mine's at disadvantage since I'm prone.
Yeah, if you're a disadvantage, it's prone.
Fuck.
Okay. This isn't exactly a mechanic, but if there's a giant stone turtle standing above you, you're going to take some damage. 25 bludgeoning as this guy falls on top of you all.
I'm unconscious.
So I'm technically at -8, and am I buried?
We're going to say, that Michael is going to be able to retrieve your bodies before you die.
Because I can dimension door.
Actually. I don't know. Does my Pegasus just disappear when I go unconscious? I don't know how that works.
We're going to say yes, because that makes the most sense to me. And again, it did get, crushed by the rocks as well. So you'll just have to resummon her. But because, like I said, this was just something I was adding in because it made more sense to me. This isn't going to be a life or death thing because Michael is still there. But Michael, you unleash this and you drop tons of rocks on your friends.
I'm literally in the middle of it, so that's why I'm mostly curious. Because
I'm not going to be a jerk about it. They save you. There are cracks. He can fly down. He can pull you through a crack.
Yeah.
Quit trying to make me kill you, because I will kill you.
I'm just trying to get this right. So Michael just lays his hand upon it and says "last chance," and then blows out its brains.
It had 2 hit points left.
Oh my god!
I was even modifying its ability to heal itself because with you guys it was just you were able to hurt it faster than it could retract, heal, and get back out of its shell. So I just decided, you know what? It can just heal using 2 of its legendary actions. But then it got mad and started getting all stompy. So your roll was completely worthless. I knew you were going to destroy it.
Oh my god. That's...
I also thought it was funny that Michael dropped tons of rock, dropped a city on top of his friends, killing this thing.
Quite literally.
I just have this image of Michael going like Super Saiyan over something that's almost already dead and just going like, stop, and then blowing its brain out, and he's just
it's like the definition of overkill.
Exactly.
How many people were knocked unconscious by this, by the way? Okay. Prize, were you still conscious?
Yeah, I was up. I was gonna mask your wounds next turn.
Okay. Well, then with that, it would be even easier. It's going to take you about 10 minutes to dig your friends out, but the mass cure wounds heals them and prevents anybody from having to make death saves. The village that he was walking over, it is well and truly crushed as well. The citizens had already run. But cue the victory music. Dun 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 dun. You have defeated your second Titan. Congratulations.
We all come back to consciousness. What happened?
I blew out its brains. Or whatever classifies as those. I didn't really mean to.
And you all get 2 plot points for the victory.
Nice.
Suddenly the entire thing of, I want to be able to buy a level 8 spell slot, and you go, no, not at this moment. It makes more sense. I'm like, oh.
That, and I don't know if I really put in buying back spell slots as an ability, so. But yeah, it was overkill, and I knew it.
Michael's just, as soon as everybody's alright, he's just going to start looking for the Hall of Records.
Okay, make an investigation check at disadvantage.
Can I assist him since I know this city?
Sure. In that case, I will make it easier, and I will just make the investigation, and I will adjust the DC accordingly. Apparently, after being rearranged slightly, Trevor was like, go west, but the turtle a turn, and west is now east. And
I'm gonna dump my other 40 lay on hands into myself.
okay, so it's just now going to take you the rest of the day. Um, in fact, you guys might even want to take a long rest before you find the Hall of Records.
Michael will set up this.
It's just like laying there amongst the rubble that was once a giant turtle, just like.
You get used to it.
I don't think you ever get used to
I
having
just
a
look
giant
at Michael,
rock
who's
fall
like
on your
nonchalantly just trying to find a library. I'm like, no, how do you get used to this? No.
Just lifts up his shield. You just get immune, not get
I
hurt.
lift up my shield. I'm like, I don't think so.
Okay, fine.
You go find your
Then you're
books.
right.
I'm just gonna be here trying to.
So over the course of the night, people are going to come up to see the new landmass that has been dropped on top of their former village. I don't know if you actually want to go down and talk to them or not.
Probably should.
Michael will start singing from like one of the tallest rooftops on top of the turtle's back.
Okay, that really gets their attention. They have a lot of questions, but mostly it is so much, who are you? Thank you for saving our lives. My cabbages. Oh, good Lord, my cabbages. No, most people are ignoring that guy. Most of them are just grateful that the monster was stopped, and they just want to know who you are, things like that.
Give them my name, and I give them all the names of everyone in the group, and just kind of go over the fact that we just wanted to help.
Me and Ish are just dusty and bloody, like, hey, so
The people obviously don't have any food to offer you, but if they, they're like, well, we wish we could help you more, but then they just kind of gesture back to their home. We don't have anything we can really offer you in reward, or we can't even offer you fresh water. Actually, they will bring you water so you can clean some of the dust off. There was a lake not too far away. And of course, even though their parents tell them not to, kids start climbing on this thing.
Well, once we get the information that we need out of here, if we can, if you can set up parties to go through, find any magical items, and get those to the proper authorities, because
Their eyes go wide. Like, this thing might have magical items on it. Everybody's going to climb up this thing now.
Yeah, no, Michael's just going to tell them, stop now, because some of it is about the equivalent of weaponry.
My spiritual weapon turns into like a judge's maul and claps Michael on the head.
Michael's just going to say, some
Hold
of
on, is this a mess of people?
Entire continents.
Okay, there was a lot of things. Apparently, there needs to be an attack roll against Michael.
No, I'm not doing it to do damage. I'm just doing it.
Yeah, I just want to see if you knock him out or not.
Is this a mess of people in one place that is just like going?
Yeah, there was like maybe 20 people, and the brave ones. Okay, I feel that knocks Michael out. This has nothing to do with health points. This is narrative. Michael is suddenly knocked out by this giant glowing hammer.
I'm gonna ask Trevor, should I stop them?
Yeah, there's like 20 people who just heard this thing might have magical items, and they're gonna find them.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Force cage on the mob.
Okay, is there any kind of save for force cage?
No, it just happened. It's 20 feet by 20 feet. Whatever person
that's not what I had in mind, but it's not gonna hurt them, right?
I'm containing the situation.
I'm just doing a check. Yeah, you stop them all. They're all very confused by this, but you put up a cage and basically trap everybody in place.
Lasts for an hour. And I'm going to go and try to find the library.
Okay, I will let you make a check. Still at disadvantage because this thing has been, buildings are crushed around it. Like even on top of it, the buildings are crumbling.
I'm
Okay.
gonna take some time to calm the villagers down from a riot
All right.
and try to explain that the bard is over exaggerating because he recently had a very bad head injury.
uh, I will let you make a charisma check, Trevor. With advantage because they did just see at the motion of your hand this thing clobbered a guy.
22.
Okay, you are able to get them to stop and listen to you. 20 of them because they don't have a choice in the matter. But the rest of them are like, well, we really shouldn't question the people who just killed this thing.
We will go explore and make sure that it's safe for you to possibly make a new home here because it's not going anywhere and it's on top of your old home. So
They think that might work, although maybe they don't want to live on top of the giant new hill. But they know they got to rebuild anyway. They appreciate it. The ones who weren't eager to improve their lot in life through dangerous means are much more realistic in what needs to be done, and they're just grateful for it. The others are a little sullen because they wanted magic items. Okay. Your investigations are still terrible. It is going to take you. You can rest for the night, or you can wait until the morning and search again. In which case, I won't make you do a roll, but I just want to know: are you resting, or are you just going straight to searching?
probably be smart to rest and get some spells and shit back, because just in case.
I'll do the first 5 minutes trying to look and have no success, and I'll just find some makeshift shelter from the debris and just call it a day till morning.
Okay.
Drag Michael into a crumpled building.
Okay, so you guys set up camp. The villagers will also set up camp, and they're trying to retrieve what they can. So the night goes on relatively peaceful. I imagine at some point Michael comes to enough that he can eat and fall asleep immediately after. So the next day you can start trying to figure out the layout of what's on the city. You will find the library, which was actually in this case was connected to the castle. The Hall of Records portion was one of those, and I have a map for that right here.
Another giant turtle.
No. So you'll start on the top level here. And I didn't do Fog of War or anything. This is just for show. Michael, you're looking for a specific record, so make an investigation check.
Oh, fuck me. Seriously?
That concussion is really messing with your head. Yeah, you can make one too. That's not a problem. This isn't to say that you find nothing. It just lets me know how long it's going to take you. So, okay. Trevor basically explains the filing system to Michael.
I did spend a lot of time in the castle.
And once all of the words stop swirling around, it's a lot easier to find things. It's going to take you a little while, and you start making your way down the stairs. There is one thing that you've noticed around, especially in this, inside of a building. There's a lot of skeletons. Probably more than a library should have had. I suppose that actually most libraries had 0 skeletons, but you get the idea.
Divine sense as we're walking.
There is no undead that you feel. These were just the people who were unfortunate enough to get trapped inside. They died of different things. Rocks falling on them was part of it. As you can see over here, a lot of things have been. Actually, in this case, it looks like somebody was piling up all the books that fell into a spot. That's a little odd, but it'll take you a few hours, and you're working your way down. You do eventually start to find some of the records of people, and I want yes, go ahead and say everybody make perception checks for me.
Ish is as we're going down, trying to see if he sees actually books with information that aren't records. Some
There's a lot.
information.
There's a lot of. I mean, this was a library, and records were kept. What kind of books are you looking for?
I'm looking specifically for like things on my patron or any famous yuan-tis.
Okay, make an investigation check for me.
All right.
It's going to be a difficult one, but
yeah, no.
Okay.
I do have Eyes of the Rune Keeper.
Yeah. So most of the books are written in common, but you didn't see anything that really stood out for you. But as you were making your way, you start to hear, like you're searching all these bookshelves, and you find one book that isn't a book, and when you pull on it, a door opens, and you are able to go down a level that you did not know was there. And with that perception of 23, you also hear a voice down those stairs.
All right. I descend the stairs, preparing to cast a spell in case.
What spell are you preparing?
Hold monster.
Okay. As you go down the stairs, you go into this fourth room here. There's a lot of more books, and there is a small orb that is floating around held in a mage hand, and it is speaking to itself in a language that you don't quite recognize. And as you're standing there, and I'm going to assume that you're standing there alone because nobody said they were following you.
I didn't know we knew what he didn't. I didn't know.
Well, the door sort of swung open, and he just walked down it.
Oh.
So I was just in narrative mode. You're free to follow if you want, because this isn't a fight just yet.
Okay.
But as you're standing there, Ish, the hand turns the orb, and you see these two lights inside of it as it kind of stares at you for a second. Who are you, and where is Sharon? You know what? I don't even care about the first part. Where is Sharon?
I mean, you don't care about the first part, man.
You're not important. And then the orb just floats right by you. Sharon? Where
I'm going to cast a spell magic on that mage hand.
All right, you're going to cast Dispel Magic.
On that mage hand.
Okay. Dispel Magic is like in the area, right? It's not, you don't target a specific...
I'm pointing specifically at the mage hand.
Well, I just mean it's more of an area of effect type thing, isn't it? Just is there a save, and is it an area or targeted?
It's not a save for cantrips, I believe.
Okay. But is there a save?
Any spell of third level or lower on the target ends.
Okay.
Choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. So it's one thing in specific.
So you are aiming for the mage hand. Okay. In that case, the orb falls down to the ground. And
can I try to catch it before it falls?
Make a dex check for me. Because and you can do it at advantage. It was sort of heading, up in the direction you were standing in.
12.
Okay. You're going to have to hit the ground to
catch
this.
Was it a check or a save?
This was a check.
Okay.
So you basically hit the ground as you barely catch it and say, and it just replies to you, thank you, that was much appreciated. And then the mage hand reappears, picks the orb up, and it just starts looking for Sharon.
I'm going to try to grab the orb.
You have to make the save at disadvantage because now it's got its hand back.
Simpkins, is that you?
I'm just waiting for his roll before I get confused. Okay. Yeah, you are able to grab the orb.
I grab the orb.
It
I
says
cast demi
unhand
plane,
me.
and I'm going inside the demi plane.
Okay, that's fine. It's just
I leave the
screaming.
door open.
It's just yelling at you to let it go. It does not respond to the name Simpkins at all. Look, this
So
is
it's just gone.
well. You can walk
Who-
through the doorway. When he casts
Yeah.
demi plane, he opens a door for an hour.
Yeah.
Being in this plane does not affect the orb at all. It is still very unhappy with you.
Yeah, it's just for privacy's sake. I just grab it and start saying, "Who are you? And why are you kept away?"
Who are you, and why do you feel like you can just walk into my study and manhandle me like this?
You're the one stuck in an orb.
I am the orb, you nitwit.
Nitwit. I start shaking the orb.
Hey,
Dude!
stop.
Who are you calling nitwit?
Dude,
I am calling you
What
a
is
nitwit.
happening?
everybody, chill. Manners.
I'm chill.
No, you're
Alright.
not.
You're shaking an orb
Sorry.
with an extra dimensional being inside of it.
Do you guys know who this is?
the mage hand is struggling against. Make a strengths check for me.
Oh, that's not gonna go well. Strength check.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you did better than it. So the mage hand is trying to take the orb back as he's saying, "I am not an interdimensional being. This is why I hate dealing with you skin sacks." Did Victor send you? Have you seen Sharon?
Who's?
I
Do I have any idea
heard the
who
name
you guys
Victor, so
talking
I'm just gonna rotate the eyes towards Michael and Trevor. Because I
Victor,
have no idea who Victor is, but I've heard them mention it.
Victor's gone. Victor's been gone for a very long time.
Well, of course he's been gone for a long time. That's why I'm asking you if he sent you.
No, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, which one of him is dead?
Yes. Wait, what?
And the hand is going to try to get loose again. Make another strength check because he did much better.
Do I
this
not
time.
get advantage on this?
No, you don't. Because he doesn't get advantage. Okay, this time he gets himself loose and he starts flying away, calling for Sharon.
Wait. Can you please talk to us?
I don't see what the point would be. You do not seem that bright. This one just comes in and he is trying to point. Actually, he's going to set himself down in a holder that's around. You've seen these little, things that are made just right to hold him. And then he's going to just point. This one comes in and just snatches me up and starts shaking me. And then
Yes.
I have temperament issues. Deal with it.
Well, we understand that was very rude, and I apologize on his behalf. Would you be able to answer some questions for us? Maybe we can help you find the Sharon person.
Fine, I will try to keep answers simple so that you will understand them.
I take it this is one of Victor's former records areas, then.
This was one of his study. He requisitioned it for his personal use and brought me along. I have been doing some very interesting research in here. I'm sure it is far beyond your capabilities. He seems to be glaring at Ish when he says this, even though, other than the lights, there's no real sense of face about this thing.
I glare back.
Well, it's always great to know that there's multiple versions of him. But, yeah. So, what research has he been putting you through here? And throughout the course of your studies, have you come across the name Bradmore?
Well, to answer your first question, I don't really see the point in trying to explain my research to you when I don't believe you have the academic foundations to understand it. Show me your spell book and I will try to figure out what your level of intelligence is.
I do not carry a spell book. I have studied under Kowalsh.
And he's going to say, so you are not a wizard.
No, not a wizard.
Then there would be no point in me even going into it.
There might be more than I can understand than you would think.
Oh, then please explain to me the arcane origin of extra-dimensional beings.
Do you want it in a 72-page thesis, or do you want it in a 421?
Make an intelligence check.
I was curious if I knew anything. I know nothing.
Oh!
Okay. I'm going to add a little. I was going to add your performance into that. Honestly, I just got distracted by the other role. Okay. So you basically give him a brief summary using the right terminology. It's like, it seems that you have more capability than I first assumed. Most of the time, non-wizards are just not even worth the time to explain these sort of things to. But
It's like talking to Viserius again.
he says, I am Professor Scalding, and at the time that I last saw Lord Victor, he had me working on extra dimensional beings that have the ability to cross over into our plane and control other beings.
Oh, so he was having you look into the Raven King.
Who?
The Raven King.
I'm guessing it's more along the lines of Titans or whatever he was trying to do with Vecna.
No, actually, he had a belief that some individuals are touched by something more powerful than even the gods that we know, to a certain extent. And he was studying adventurers, actually, and he had records on numerous people trying to find a pattern for how adventurers would emerge. And he will actually bring you over and start showing Michael some of the notes because Michael, got lucky with that. Let's be honest, man, that was luck.
Yeah, that really was. Michael's just going to look over the notes and and
so as you
also
can,
the fact that I can remember the scene very distinctly because we had to look up into the sky and we were seeing strings of.
Good, you remember that.
I remember that too.
Good.
Michael's going to be like, well, I was one of the subjects for his study.
Well, we all were.
Yes.
Yeah.
So as you can see here, he was watching for particular patterns that play out irregularly. He had a special penchant for what he referred to as the sole survivor, which was someone who would survive a traumatic event, and despite all logic, even as a child, they would be the only person to survive. And he has basically different categories. Let's put it this way. If there is someone out there who has an overused cliche backstory of how they are the super being, but they're still a level 1 adventurer, there was a category for it in his files.
My God, I'm so glad that I actually my guy actually went through training. He came out a pretty decent bard, but not like some prodigy.
So yeah, he was watching people like this. Occasionally he was influencing events to try to coax more out of these individuals. And I will say, because you said Bradmore, you did introduce yourself, didn't you, Michael?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to say, oh, yes, I think I recall. And he pulls out the Michael Bradmore file.
I'll open it up and start reading it.
Okay. It's talks about there's not too much on your family, but there was a report of the orc pirates invading your small coastal village. Most people were killed. Some were taken for slaves. He came across records that you had survived, and there is a note that says the subject shows potential coercion, attempting to implant the idea that magic will fix all of his problems.
This gives me more and more reason to hate Victor the more that I read this.
And then there is another note that says, to ensure that this subject is more likely to pursue the adventuring career, family needed to be eradicated. And then there's a note how he basically arranged to have the survivors killed through poisoning their water supply.
Is there a final note stating that the family was eradicated?
Oh, the entire village. Anyone who survived was killed. It was deemed that the orcs must have left some poison behind that seeped into the water.
Is there any note on any particular part my master played in this?
No, and that, if anything, it was a lucky stroke that you were picked up by someone who had some inkling of talent. But that was more of just they kept an eye on you every now and then. Used a little bit of magic to implant the suggestion in your head that greater magical ability would allow you to fix everything. And then there's other people where, like in some cases, there was the control group that he did nothing to, and then there was the times that he would ensure that powerful magical items fell into the hands of unsuspecting people, and then he would watch how that turned out. The occasions when he would basically drop one into a village just so that to see if basically people would go to war to claim it for themselves. There's a lot. There's a lot of atrocities in here.
Is there anything on like what Trevor's brother did?
Yes, that made Randolph a particular person of note, and he watched him. But then it basically seemed that he advanced too quickly to be considered a proper candidate. But it was still deemed it useful to. Sorry, getting a side note here. There was a note that said, "Yeah, at this point, was your father already dead?"
Basically, what had happened was Randolph disappeared to go do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor's squad was overwhelmed, and their father took his loyalists and left, which is the only reasons why Randolph was able to do what he was and why Trevor's squad lived, because their father's group distracted the majority of the forces.
In that case, that one was noted as a naturally occurring series of events, but Randolph being selected to be the Prince's guardian meant that he should be watched, but did not actually view him as being a proper candidate for whatever criteria he was looking for. Even Professor Scalding isn't sure exactly what this criteria is. He just had refer to them as the important ones or the ones of note. He watched many adventurers, created a few, and probably set more than a few villains on their own path.
How many
He's just going to telepathically. Sorry.
How many iterations of Victor were there in full?
I have absolutely no way of answering that question. I have only.
How many of them are you aware of?
Was only really aware of the one, but that he was a mage of great power. If he didn't set up some sort of contingency, then he was clearly more foolish than I would have thought he was. Unless, of course, there was some sort of extreme, divine intervention that could have severed any protection he placed on himself. But that is highly unlikely.
Well,
yeah. Sharon, who is she to you?
Oh, she was the secretary here. And if the fact that she let you all through means I'm going to have a notation put on her record.
You do realize that you've been sitting on top of a giant elemental turtle, right?
Well, that certainly explains the mess around here. It's like no one's bothered to clean up anything.
Was she organic in nature?
Of course.
Then she's more than likely dead, unfortunately.
Well, that does explain some of her lack of duties, but still, make a note that we're going to have to put her on notice. If her performance does not improve, her contract will have to be terminated.
What are the stipulating terms of her contract?
I don't know. She's just supposed to do normal librarian things. Being dead is certainly not on that list.
Yeah, I think tending to a library on top of a giant moving elemental tortoise is also not one of those things either.
Well, that is not really my problem now, is it?
No, no, you're right. It isn't your problem.
Exactly.
I'm gonna telepathically communicate with Michael and say, "Did you check on Rihanna's record?"
Michael's just going to grab Brianna's record and hand it over to Raish. And then he's just going to look at the sphere and he's going to go, is there any further information that you can give me that would be quite notable into any other research projects or research notes that I can take over for the time being?
Well, not really, because nothing new has been presented to me for quite a while. I was just doing some my own research, and I really only helped him out whenever he brought me something. And I haven't seen him for well over a year.
And your own research was going into what?
Well, I have various areas of interest. And he starts to just sort of techno babble, but he definitely has an interest in arcane creations, specifically, artifacts of power. And like I said, this is like asking, a full blown, historian, like, what is their interest, and he's just going to start babbling in that regard. He's whatever he is, uh, he's hyper intelligent. He has a lot of information on certain topics, and because he is an object, he can just study forever. But he hasn't really gone into what he is too much.
Michael's just going to look over to Prize and go, Prize, I think this one might be of a note for you to study with for a while. I'm gonna need some time myself.
I'm sorry. Oh, a Warforged. I have not seen one of you in many years. How is it that you have survived without going completely psychotic?
I was asleep.
Ah, that would explain it. Most of your kind, after a few centuries, had a complete mental breakdown.
Well, that is interesting to note.
Is there a file for Prize?
No, he says that Victor was not aware of any functioning Warforged.
Okay.
I'm gonna start combing through, not too much of Rihanna, just to get the glowing ball off my back, and I'm gonna see if I can find any records of me in there. Probably not, but
I will let you make an investigation check. This is, I'll say with advantage, because you do know a lot of what you're looking for. But there's quite a few different people. No, you do not see any real indication of you. He didn't have too much information related to the Yuan-Ti to start with. He considered them to be a limited use in his research. All right, Michael, there's really not too much on your master. Again, outside of the fact that he happened to save you, he wasn't considered to be of any particular note. The fact that he was, training you in the bardic arts just meant that you were more likely to be of future value to him.
I'm going to take some time and see what all I can find. Like, if there's anybody else in my family there or myself, just out of curiosity.
Okay. Since you already had a follow up for you and you were a much more prioritized target, I will say no, there wasn't anything else mentioned on you. But if you want to give me an investigation check at advantage also, we'll see what else you find. Okay. You do find just a list of the things that Victor was doing to try to bring out these individuals. Professor Scalding will actually show you what a scroll that is says tar. Um, what is it? How do I say its name again? Uh,
Who?
uh, I had just heard it. What's the big creature? The Tarkest?
The Tarrasque.
Tarrasque.
Tarrasque, yes. Tarrasque summoning. It was not. It was one of the. It was something that he did not use, but it was a last resort sort of situation. He said it would either solve the problem or it would create an opportunity for more of these people to emerge.
Like that. Like that. The scroll summons it, or
Yes, it doesn't seem to be class specific. It doesn't even seem to be magic specific. Anybody who takes this scroll can summon a Tarrasque.
I'm gonna pocket it and make a note to figure out how to destroy it.
Okay.
Because that should not be floating around.
Yeah, absolutely. Put that into your list of things because I will send you the actual information on it because it
Are you
is.
sure you don't want a pet Tarrasque?
Positive.
I'm going to, seeing that I can't find any record of me, I'm going to go into one of the upper levels where no one is at, and I'm going to try to scry Victor, just to make sure.
Okay. Um, because you don't have a whole lot of information on who Victor is, I'm
Could
going
be
to say that's. You're not going to get anything, honestly.
Yeah, figured as much.
All right, and Danny, I am sending you the full Tarrasque summoning scroll details. Do with that what you will. And yeah, the orb is going to spend a little bit of time looking over prize.
Is there anything on my uncle in there? Just real
Uh,
quick.
no, nothing you can really find.
Okay, cool.
Prize will study the orb back.
Okay. Yeah, he will be willing to exchange some information on you.
Can we do like a Vulcan mind meld?
No, he's not capable of doing that. But he'll answer some basic questions in exchange for some basic answers from you.
All right, give me a little bit to think about what I want to ask it.
Okay.
Since Ish isn't very interested in Rihanna's file, can I take a peek at it?
Oh, sure.
I want to be nosy.
Yeah.
Like going through it like a little bit quick. He's not gonna go and pry into people's personal information. It's like first page and that's it.
Yeah. It has. It has. It's sort of a lot of what we already knew about Rihanna's past. And I'm forgetting his name, but you probably remember because he was your character. Silas, yeah. It mentioned that Silas was originally a target of some note, but again, it just sort of says that by the time he was located, it seems that he was no longer a viable subject. But Rihanna might have some potential. So basically, it was kill Silas to try to reactivate her.
Okay. I will go find Michael.
Okay.
He's not that hard to find. He's sitting in one of the window ledges, playing his lute, reading the file.
So, you're understandably pissed.
They've been dead this entire time. My master was set up to fail. I've been set up to become this. All because somebody wanted to experiment on how you bring that about. It's not exactly something that anybody would be happy about.
No.
And now my master is running around freezing people into statues because either blatant racism mixed in with PTSD and the fact that he's died multiple times, or just generally the fact that because of this I'm cursed. So at this point I am really just wanting to say fuck it all. Because who knows? His entire thing of setting me up like this might even make Lily end up being like this. Might make.
Well, he's not really around to influence things anymore.
No, he's not around to influence things, but he's already put into place the entire line of events that will continue on. So,
Well, I mean, we don't necessarily know that. I mean this in the nicest possible way, but I don't think Angie will let her become you.
actually, that's probably the nicest thing that you could ever say.
I mean, it sounded kind of shitty in my head, but I kind of thought it was something you might need to hear to feel a little better. But
Yeah.
I'm terrible with these things, so.
No, that was actually probably the one thing anybody could have said to me right now that would have made any fucking sense.
Michael, there was one note I forgot, basically. You do see a notation where target appears to be settling down. Steps were put into place to disrupt that peaceful life.
Oh.
I'm guessing Michael gets to that part mid-conversation.
I feel like he sees performance sabotage written in there.
Oh my god. Michael
okay?
just suddenly gets up from the ledge and he starts heading back towards the stairwell.
You okay?
You going down or up?
He's going down the stairwell back into the.
Back to that.
Are you reading the file as you walk?
Yeah.
Certain words pop out like induce paranoia, sense of personal distress. Basically, everything that would make you run away rather than try to fix a problem.
Michael, I just follow him.
Michael just looks at the orb.
It's still having its conversation with Prize.
Speaking of which, do we know what they're talking about yet?
So, what would be the most effective way to make someone to become an adventurer based on your research?
Well, there doesn't seem to be a particularly strong pattern. Again, some of the least useful ones appear to be the sole survivors, which is oddly more common than it should be, because small children should not survive this many traumatic events. The more useful ones seem to actually have some sort of ties to this world, but still just enough suffering or tragedy to spark them to actually go out and travel.
Have you ever attempted to make the same person survive multiple soul survivor situations to see what the effect would be?
I have not personally partaken in any of this. I simply review the materials. But normally, if a person does not seek the adventuring life after such a tragedy, any subsequent attempts they do not survive. Unless, of course, they have already become an adventurer, in which case, most of the time, they do not settle down. They just oddly seem to continue to steal the life force of other creatures to increase their own health.
I've seen this many times. These fleshlings, they're so weak.
You do realize that what he is talking about doesn't just necessarily happen to us fleshlings, but also to any race?
All fleshlings are the same.
Oh, I am fairly certain that he would have found the Warforce to be extremely useful if it weren't for the fact that most of them had long since expired.
Yeah.
By all accounts, Prize here actually falls under the sole survivor because he is the last of his apparent culture.
Mm-hmm. So did Victor happen to have any sort of storage here, like weaponry, armors, that kind of thing?
No, any sort of instruments like that would have been kept somewhere else. This was just a study.
Do you have any notes on any of the other locations?
No, this was just a study.
Do you have? Did he hold a personal office here that he kept any notes in?
No, this was just a study. He turns back to Price. Is this one damaged? I seem to be having to repeat basic information to him. I thought he was much brighter than this.
Michael just grabbed hold of the orb.
Taken multiple head wounds.
Ah, that would explain it.
Michael's going to take hold of the orb at this point.
How about we stop grabbing the orb?
I agree with this one.
Give Prize any remaining information that is held here.
Please.
I am the information that is being held here. You can take the books. I don't need them anymore. I've already read them.
Is there anything else held here that is of any note whatsoever besides yourself?
Well, that depends upon your particular definition of what is note.
Anything when it comes to attacks?
This was mostly just a summary of his events. I came into his possession about 75 years ago, well before he even had this office.
I'm talking about armors, armory, things that adventurers would have been armed with in these cases. Most effective.
Out of character question, real quick, Andy.
Sure.
Since Michael is asking about this stuff, what I know, since I did spend time in the castle, two things. Mm-hmm. Would I know if that little secret room that I first found where they beat the shit out of me, is that around here anywhere?
That would be on the yes, that would actually be on part of the castle that is in, on the turtle. So you can go back there. The Hall of Records was it was part of the castle, but it was sort of like the public side of the castle.
Okay.
Other than the fact that he hid this room.
Okay. And then the second thing, is the castle vault on this side?
Let me see here. No, the vault is probably still with the majority of the castle. And possibly something Bugger has or hasn't found yet.
Okay.
How many plot points would it be needed for that roll to be to the point where it is?
How many do you have, and how many are you willing to offer?
12 and all.
I'll tell you what, because apparently you just don't want to go cast one spell to travel to the other location, which you have Tree Stride. It would be totally possible. I will let you spend those 12 to say that the treasury is here.
Yeah, Michael's not in a happy mood right now.
I'm just saying there would be quicker ways to do it, but okay.
I'm gonna look at Micah. I'm like, do do you need any more information from the object? And
I
make
have
a
a
sideways
name.
glance to it.
You can even call me
I'm not talking
Professor.
to you. Don't you think it's pretty rude interrupting
Don't you think it is very rude to
Michael?
be talking around an individual? Just because I am not organic does not mean that I do not have a sense of self.
You
I'm
and
ignoring
Professor.
him.
Professor,
Yes.
I have a question for you. How would you like to leave this place?
Well, seeing as how my owner has apparently perished, I suppose I do not have a whole lot of say in this matter.
And if I were to offer you a home on our ship,
Will I have opportunities to continue my research?
absolutely, you will be right there with at least 2 of your subjects that you have already been studying.
Oh, these were not my subjects, and yes, anytime I do this, he's gesturing with the mage hand. Those were Victor's subjects. I cared very little and thought that his research was bordering on insanity.
Well, he's not wrong.
It sounded very reasonable to me, but that is beside the point.
Well, just because something is bordering on insanity does not mean it's completely crossed over. And considering that more than a few of his subjects seem to have actually led to the adventuring lifestyle, perhaps he was onto something. But that was never my field of research.
It doesn't necessarily make what he was doing morally ethical or right, though.
I have absolutely nothing to do with morals or ethics. Do you think I was in a position to stop him?
He does have a
He
point.
judged this to the fact that he is a hand-sized orb. I am a construct of knowledge, not action. I do not judge. I simply record and learn.
I can offer you a new thing to study.
And
We
what
have
would
a
this be?
ship called the Endless Night.
I already
It
know a
is-
great deal about ship making.
This is a ship of the plains, not a ship of the ocean.
That would be very interesting.
Any objection?
I don't have an issue with it.
I don't have any issue with that at all.
Then you have your own Professor Orb.
Ish, do you have an issue?
I have various issues, but with him accompanying us, no.
Okay.
I love that. Actually, was that your actual answer as well in character?
So the brief information on a Professor Orb is that they are 5-pound spheres that are sentient. I'm actually just going to use the stats for another one, but they're very, very intelligent, and they have basically they tend to have like 4 very specialized fields of study that they can roll on at advantage.
Can I determine what this one's specialties are?
Well, he will basically tell you, artifacts and power items of great power, and I don't have the other ones on in my notes right in front of me. I'll have to find them because I had my ideas for Professor Scalding, but I didn't have everything brought down with me today. But basically, he is a hyper intelligent orb that occasionally, he's going to think you're all nitwits and be slightly patronizing, but he is not intentionally offensive.
Ish does not agree with that comment.
He does not
Well-
agree with you shaking him.
Well, I think I have something that might help cheer people up. I spent a lot of time in this side of the castle. One room I want to check out first, and then we'll go find a treat.
I wonder if the cake shop would be on this side of the town as well.
You know that the bakers are living in Nest right now. So if
I
you
was
want to
involved-
go find 18-month-old cake,
I can help anybody look through the debris if
Yeah.
that's needed.
I'll just follow along with what Trevor's saying, or with what Trevor's doing. Michael.
If people are done in here, I'll lead the way to that little secret place or whatever. Just see if I don't know if Victor took anything out of there or what exactly that room was, but I want to see if there's anything there that might be useful.
Okay, you're able to find it, and you get back into it, and
Probably have a small moment of PTSD, but
I'm going to say that considering the way he was sort of ejected from the castle, you recognize the signs of when Randolph tosses a room. So a lot of the things were smashed. I'll let you do some quick investigation rolls.
If
but I
needed,
get
I'll
any
aid with.
advantage or anything since I've been here before.
No,
Probably
because you're trying to go through what your brother and his men, trashed.
that's so unfair.
I know.
Unless I can use plot points to get that nat 20, but
I'm going to just say that I'll let it be the nat 20 because of the help action. 4 of you looking around. You find a handful more notes that were slightly more detailed, but it had to do more with this particular group is too selfish to even listen. Simply going to have to go to contingency plan Zeta.
what the hell does Zeta mean?
The end of all things. It simply says, I will not be able to save this world. I will just have to find the most humane way to destroy it.
By summoning a shitload of titans? Alright, Victor.
Hey, you find a better way to blow up the whole world. He does. He does
Releasing a
actually
nightmare
write in
snake?
there. It's like it is with great sorrow that it has come to this, but if we cannot be saved from these entities, I will at least ensure that no one else is afflicted by them.
Yeah.
And there were other plans, especially since I'm letting you have the nat 20, and it's almost the end. I'll say that there were other notes that refer to the 13 and how even if this method is not to his liking, it will repay all debts with them. But he does not leave an exact note as to who the 13 are.
Okay.
While we're in that room, I'll use Ghostly Gaze to see if there's anything hidden or eyes of the room keeper in case there's any weird languages.
No. I mean, there were a few things that were smashed and torn up, but it looks like anything of any real value he was able to get out ahead of time.
Is that mirror
just checking.
there, or did
Oh,
Randolph smash?
it's smashed.
Okay. Hey, if you look in that corner, that's where they tried to kill me. Fun fact of the day.
And since we are at the 4-hour mark, I will just ask one more question before we call it a night. Michael, are you going to bring out the deck again?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Michael will reach into the bag and pull out one card.
Just one?
Yep.
The Ace of Hearts. And I'm going to pull I have to find the deck again because I've been moving around a little bit.
It's the Fates. Reality's fabric unravels and spins anew, allowing you to avoid or erase one event as if it was never happened.
I question how well I shuffled these, but there's less than 22 of them, so it's within probability. Michael, you don't have to use this right now. You can wait and use it at another time.
I will tuck the card safely away.
Okay. I will put this one where it will not get drawn again. You still have the rest of the deck. But now that he has, you all just saw him pull out a card, because I gotta say that it will be a little bit dickish of you not to give the others their chance to destroy their lives.
No, I'm just going to lift it up and go. It's a deck of many things.
The hell's that?
You draw a card, and either something really good will happen, or something on the level of one of my actions times 10 will happen.
Ish starts going through everything he's heard Michael do, what he's done, and what possibly he thinks Michael will do in the future. He's like, can I?
He pulls it out. Just take one.
I take 2.
I was gonna take one right after him.
Okay.
I rolled something for myself, so.
Okay. Prize, do you want to take a card?
If I get
I'm
void
gonna
again.
see how it goes with the other two.
Okay.
First.
If I get
Ish.
void again, this is gonna be sad. I just won that card again.
Jack of clubs.
Okay.
The Jack of clubs is the
Skull.
void.
Jack of clubs is skull.
Skull. King of clubs is the void.
Let me double check this, because I just read it.
It's
Yeah,
on roll
skull.
20.
King of clubs is
Okay, good.
the Reaper.
Keep track, because we're going to have to do this one next in 2 weeks. You summon the Avatar of Death, a ghostly humanoid skeleton clad in tattered black robes carrying a spectral scythe. It appears in the space of the GM's choice within 10 feet of you and attacks you, warning all others you must win the battle alone. The Avatar fights until you die or it drops to 0 hit points, whereupon it disappears. If anyone tries to help, the helper summons their own Avatar of Death. A creature slain by the Avatar of Death can't be restored to life. We'll do that. We'll do that fight later on.
What? I did not remember that last part. Oh crap.
Jack of Diamonds.
Okay. Everything balances out.
Star. You increase your ability score by 2. It can exceed 20, but not exceed 24.
I'll take it on charisma.
Trevor, you got the King of Spades. Ruin. All forms of wealth that you carry or own other than magic items are lost to you. Portable property vanishes. Businesses, buildings, and lands you own are lost in a way that alters reality the least. Any documentation that proves you should own something lost to this card also disappears.
So besides being broke, I don't have anything else to lose. I don't own anything. My gold's gone.
Your
House.
armor was not magical. Sorry.
Adamantine armor's not magical, technically?
Technically not. It is base metal. I really had to think about that one. So you're all standing there as Trevor's armor starts to corrode and falls off of him.
So I have a question, Andy.
Yeah.
Because I want to defend Trevor for this instance. Adamantine armor is under magic items, so does it still not count?
I don't think it's specifically.
I'm trying to be an advocate for Trevor at this point.
We'll leave this
I'll
up to
leave it to you.
chance. Trevor,
Okay.
evens or odds? Danny.
Even.
You're going to need to buy new armor. Hey, the one thing I can tell you is that at least that was it's going to be the easier things to replace with your very rich friend.
Is my shield gone then? Oh no, it's technically a +1. So is that magic?
Yeah, that would be magical then.
Okay.
The armor,
So-
like I said, that's one where I'm really on the fence of, but I'm leaning for the dramaticness of the story. You know what? Never mind. You get to keep the armor because, and this is my reasoning for it, because there's going to be no drama in you going and buying a new set of armor. You're not in a war zone. You just won the big fight. Me taking it away now because of that card it's just going to cost Michael some money because he's just going to buy you brand new armor and he's going to pay.
I spent like $8,000 to get adamantine armor. So
yeah, that's nothing to Michael. He would pay to have you something, extra detail carved into it. He'd have like your name and jersey number on the back of it because he could, and we know he would.
I have enough cash to do that, and have an entire team set up to do that.
Prize. Before we go, do you want to draw a card?
Yeah, I'll draw a card.
You get the 2 of clubs. The 2 of clubs is the idiot for drawing a card. Well, let me find him. Let me find it. Where is it?
I lose 1d4 plus 1 intelligence, and then I get to draw another card.
Okay. Do you want to draw that second card?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's like the reverse mind sliver.
King of clubs.
Oh no!
The void.
Someone
Yeah.
had.
does he have a soul?
He does have a soul.
It's the one that I got at the beginning. I like how we started drawing cards and we ended drawing cards too.
There's a nice symmetry there. So the last thing you see is this Prize's life force is pulled out of his body into the void.
So in the split second that we all draw cards, an avatar of death appears behind Ish and Prize just clumps onto the ground.
Pretty much, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I want to draw one more
I'll allow it.
because I'm a horrible
And-
player, and apparently that was a really shitty intelligence check for myself.
No, Michael just
Nope.
looks at
No.
Michael just sighs.
It's already been said, and I am not going to allow anyone to take away. You get
We're never gonna get this chance again.
the Ace of Diamonds. You draw the Vizier. At any time you choose within 1 year of drawing this card, you can ask a question in meditation and mentally receive a truthful answer to that question. Besides the information, the answer helps you to solve a puzzling problem or other dilemma. In other words, the knowledge comes with wisdom on how to apply it.
Oh well, that's not bad. I just have to remember it.
That's actually fitting.
I know. It means that when Danny asks me a question, I will answer it completely meta. So, we're back to where we started in some ways. Ish,
Someone
we might even do your fight if we have time, like, as a side thing. We'll just have to see. Or we can start off next session with that fight. Good
I
luck
will
to
leave it
you.
up to you. Oh, this is gonna die.
Yeah. Roy, you are certainly more than welcome to have a backup character ready for attempts to save prize.
I'll make a 16th level wizard.
Okay. I just want to say, I I hope you guys had fun drawing those cards because the reason I let them be in there is because of the simple fact that so many people fear them. When there are abilities and skill checks that could cause you to die, right off the bat, I felt no problem letting you guys take this chance. I know it wasn't. You drew some. You drew a mix of cards. I hope you're all content with what happened. I don't know how else to say that.
Non-canonly, what's the next card? Because I want to know what would happen if I
Oh,
drew
I can't
two.
tell you that because
Why not?
you can draw that card still. The deck doesn't vanish until you draw all the cards. Well, maybe once it gets down to just one, but yeah, even then I'll let you. So basically, you still got you can keep drawing, but you'll have to do that in the next game because we're running a
Right.
little bit over now. So I
There was only one card that I wanted, and nobody fucking drew it.
well,
What, the same one you drew last time?
No, I want.
hey, Michael might undo all this, and then you're drawing the cards again next week.
You
But
could.
I'm going to go ahead and call it here for the night because it's getting late, and we're going to keep babbling if I don't hit this button. So farewell, everyone.